Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Great to be with you. Our show brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're getting right to the action. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Paul LoDuca, Maggie Wolfendale here as well. Our first race, though, about to kick off here, to kick off our card on this Saturday afternoon, the Panine Ridge, our feature on this Saturday afternoon. 6 furlongs on the turf here in the opener. A maiden special weight 8-5 favorite, the 4-horse Real Money from Marquesi. Here's Larry Collmus, the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown, for the call with the opener from Belmont.
They're all in line. They're off. Lunging at the start was Real Money, who outbroke the competition and opens up a 2-length lead on Lawn Twist, away running in second. And then it's Vehement on the inside of Point of Humor. Break of another 2.5 lengths to Ready for Prime Time and Whiskey Victor at the back of the pack as they head up the backstretch. A sharp start for Real Money, who's in front by 2.5 lengths over Lawn Twist. Vehement is third as they make their way into the far turn. Then it's Point of Humor on the outside, fourth. Ready for Prime Time and Whiskey Victor. 22.5 the opening quarter mile. Around the far turn, Real Money by 2.5. Lawn Twist continues to pursue from second. Point of Humor moves third on the outside. Vehement waits and rides the rail, 5 from the front. And then it's Whiskey Victor and Ready for Prime Time. And coming to the top of the stretch, Jose Ortiz and Real Money turn for home in front by 2. Lawn Twist is second, trying to close the gap in the last furlong. And then comes Point of Humor, followed by Vehement down toward the inside and Ready for Prime Time. Lawn Twist is coming up on the outside of Real Money and runs on by. Lawn Twist on to victory here, pulling away in the end. Real Money was second, Vehement was third, and Point of Humor was fourth.
Lawn Twist with the win in the opener. Jose Lezcano, leading rider at the meet, collects another victory, 9-1.
And Real Money, the favorite, is starting to pile up the no excuses here. But Lawn Twist, who's had limited turf experience, but ran very well in the return this year, running behind a repeat winner, Front Run the Fed, that ran off the screen. A shockingly big price at 9-1, the winner.
Yeah, you can see Jose Ortiz, he looked between his legs in here and thought he had horse. Then he took a peek to the inside. And Lawn Twist just kept on coming and coming. It just shows you how hot Jose Lezcano is riding. He has plenty of horse here, and the way he's finishing, Andy, everything is going right. And this horse starts striding out. I want to get back to the start,
Let me just say one thing. Real Money's not stopping here. Lawn Twist ran him down.
No, ran him down.
Because there was a big gap to the others. I don't think the second place finisher ran badly. I think the winner just ran huge.
So the start is weird, right? I know the horse hop, but I think he sort of hops out of the gate. See? And he broke through the gate. He beat the gate so fast, but I don't know if that helped. That start helped him.
Let's be clear. Nobody got an unfair start.
No. But I don't know if that helped him or not by hopping. You know what I mean? It might have took something out of him.
I don't know. I think being a length and a half in front of the field at a blink of an eye with a speed horse is pretty good. What do you think, Greg?
But it's weird. I don't think I've ever seen a horse hop at the start and be in front like that. You know what I mean?
It was bizarre and almost kind of helped him a little bit. 8-4-2-3 in the end. Lawn Twist runs this one down. We saw what Front Run the Fed did back on April the 14th off that performance. This horse should have been a very short price, if not second choice.
I picked the race 4-8, so I didn't pick him on top, but I could not agree. I mean, what price was he morning? It was 5-1 morning line. His price is that high. I know it's lower profile connections, but as you say, it's Jose Lezcano. I have no idea how this
horse. And even before that on the turf, he went against Hazim. Frontier Market ran a credible race.
Here's what
nice
why was he twice the price of Behemdant? Who couldn't possibly win?
People see the last race. That's what they look at. They don't look at the turf races. If you look at the 2 turf races, 2 out of 3 turf races, this colt has run very, very well. You look at his dirt races, they're awful. So besides his first start, which was okay, so people look at that last race. Well, this horse ran 108 flat.
Well, they also, for some reason, decided to bet a lot of the 9, and we've talked a lot about horses that turn back from routes to sprints. It just doesn't work very often, and it certainly didn't work for Ready for Prime Time.
I mean, this horse started out nicely.
No, this horse ran very well because the second horse did not give up. I mean, he ran a winning race, the second horse. This horse just ran by him.
Yeah.
9-1 to kick off the card on this Saturday afternoon, in which our feature coming up later today. It's going to be a good one, the Panine Ridge. That was the coming out party last year for Catholic Boy. Get signed up, started play along with NYRA Bets. Use the promo code BET25. You get a $25 Belmont Stakes win bet plus a $200 new member bonus. Bet $25 to win on the horse in the Belmont. You get 25 back if you finish second or third. Track conditions brought to you by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Belmont Park. Piranha on. Pests gone. Main track is fast. The Widener turf is yielding. The inner turf listed as good. And we're going to be on the inner turf coming up in the next race, in race 2. You see our races this afternoon. We'll have the entire card for you, including that grade 3 Panine Ridge. That will be on the inner turf as well. Again, good on the inner. And for more on the turf course this afternoon, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. Well, after some pretty biblical rain 2 days ago, we were off the turf yesterday, but back on for these Saturday races as we see this inner turf course labeled as good. Now, the rails on the Widener, they're out 27 feet. The rails here on the inner turf course, they're at 35 feet. And being out here, you can kind of see where the good paths are. Down here on the rail, it looks smooth sailing. These horses appreciate a little bit of bounce, a little bit of sponginess to this good turf course. So I think that inside speed, it might play favorably, and that would go towards our Panine Ridge, our grade 3 feature event. Clint Maroon, he looks to be the speed in there for Todd Pletcher. We'll see if he can secure that inside position and take them gate to wire over the 9 furlongs. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you for that. Yeah, these two turf courses, they play very differently. Clint Maroon, at least in the Woodhaven, he was out in front. He went gate to wire in that yielding turf course with very, very slow fractions.
Yeah, I actually think the other Todd Pletcher horse is faster, but, you know, they may have different ideas and how they want to ride them. But I also think the number 6 horse, a long shot in there, his best chance is to try to wire the field. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Rajiv Mirage look to try to increase his chances by being aggressive.
Yep.
I mean, you can't take anything away from this Gray Gelding. I get it. He strided home unbelievably last time. I think he might be better going a little bit longer, but he's getting better. I get it, but this is an acid test now. He's going to have horses on his back from the get-go. The one could be a freak show for all we know. I mean, that race was freaky, so we don't know we're going to get there.
Clint Maroon is really, you know, he's improved every start, but he did have things so much his own way in his last start. He's just a hard horse to gauge, but obviously we'll get a much better field today because it's a quality field.
100%.
Yeah, it's a tough win to love in that Woodhaven, the way it did set up for him. Now this horse, value proposition, 1 of 2 in the race for Chad Brown. This was his debut, his only start so far. He's very green in the stretch, but he showed a world of talent.
I mean, he, as we noted, and you mentioned, Greg, and Gary Stevens noted it when we watched the race live on this show, tries to sort of duck in towards the rail at the end. He still ran a 90 buyer. He's just learning what to do. A lot of give in the ground that day. Maybe that helped him a bit, but the sky's the limit for this horse.
I just love the way he hit the front so soon. He had enough speed to make that middle move. He's going to be really tough in there if he progresses at all. And he didn't have the best of starts either in there. So he's going to have to do a lot of things right because it's a little bit better field than a salty field. And he's facing an undefeated other stablemate. And I don't even want to say in the 3 horse in Castellano.
You can take a chance on the Panine Ridge with the second chance cash back on NYRA Bets. Bet $20 to win on the NYRA Bets app on 1 horse in that stakes race. You finish second, you get your money back into your account. Go to NYRA.com for details and download the NYRA Bets app to place your win bet. In the opening race, well, Jose Lizcano, he's going to be on board value proposition in that feature later today. He kicks off the card with a victory here.
He is just doing everything right, and he's on the right horses, and that's what matters the most, but he's making no mistakes. And nice to see Leo O'Brien, of course, who trained 4-star Dave, get the victory here. And as you noted, Paul, 2 of the 3 turf races by this horse were both very good. He's probably the overlay of the entire Belmont meeting.
Yeah, Lonro out of the Lemon Drop Kid Mare Kiss with a Twist. That's why you're getting Lawn Twist. And now 1 for 7 lifetime. Congratulations to Corb Racing LLC.
Race 2, it is on the inner turf at 1 mile and an 1/8. We have an even money favorite on the inside here for trainer Chad Brown. This daughter of Medaglia d'Oro won first time out, but expect passing out on the outside to take plenty of play as well for Shug McGahee.
I'm very surprised. I mean, right now, there's a huge discrepancy in price. And oddly enough, looking at doubles, the 2 Pep is the second choice over the 6 Passing Out. That just seems nonsensical to me. On paper, Cafe Americano and Passing Out of the tours to beat. I even think the 3 Repatriated Gem has a chance.
Yeah, I can see that. The 2 Pep is an interesting horse. I also think Style and Grace, I know the numbers aren't there, but it has a couple of races that you can go to. The 2 turf races, especially the first time the horse got on the turf, was dynamic considering she had a lot of trouble early.
We'll see how the race plays out.
We're going to take a break. We'll talk plenty more about race 2. Of course, we are a week away from the 3rd and final leg of horse racing's Triple Crown. War of Will, the Preakness winner, back for more. And Bourbon War looking for a better effort than what he showed in the Preakness. He'll get a Hall of Fame rider.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well.
Swale with Pincay continues to lead the way by a length and a half, now advancing to 2.5. Play On, Gate Dancer on the outside, and Morning Bob on the rail is a close fourth. They're at the 8th pole. Swale still leads. That lead is going out now to about 4 lengths. Morning Bob on the rail, joined on the outside now by Pine Circle, moving up quickly. Pine Circle takes second as Swale leads to the wire.
Derby win, Belmont win for Swale back in 1984, bred by Claiborne, owned by members of the Hancock family, as well as Peter Brandt, William Hagen Perry. They raced his Raceland stable. He got all kinds of pace pressure in the Preakness. That's why it didn't work out for him. That did not happen in the Belmont.
No, I was saying to you off camera, the chart comment in the race was that Swale closed off his own fractions.
Yeah, what an amazing horse, too. Yeah, and I remember that race when I was a kid, and I remember, I mean...
I'll tell you what I remember. Andy Byer making a humongous score with Pine Circle finishing second in the exact.
But him and Devil's Bag, I mean, I remember when they had them together, I remember asking my dad, which one's better? And he's like, I think Swale's better. He ended up being wrong.
Third win for Woody Stevens in that tremendous run he had in the Belmont Stakes. Laffit Pincay Jr. as well. They teamed up to win 3 in a row with that victory for Swale back in 1984. See what happens this year. We are a week away. Let's take a look at who is going to line up for the test of the champion on next Saturday. Of course, our Preakness winner is coming back. We're getting a lot of faces showing up to battle him, including Tacitus, who skipped the Preakness, is going to come in fresh for Belmont. But War of Will, of course, breakthrough victory for trainer Mark Casse.
He's just a horse that shows up and he runs his race. Whether or not he's going to do it in the Belmont, we'll find out.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting how he plays in the Belmont. And, you know, obviously going through the rigors of the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. Is he going to be keen? Is he going to be the fastest horse in the race? We're starting to get more entrants than we did about a week ago. Now you got Bourbon War. He put the blinkers on. You got Mike Smith.
Well,
is he going to be more aggressive?
He can't be close to this horse.
And he can't be close to this horse. And we'll see what happens.
Well, he's going to take the blinkers off for this race. He'll have Mike Smith and Mark Hennig. They don't know what happened. They're puzzled by that performance in the Preakness.
He did not run a step in the Preakness.
No,
and he was overbet at 5-1, but he's supposed to run better than that. You know, I'm still on the fence with him. I'm glad to see that Mark has taken a shot at the Belmont. It's a very important, prestigious race. Too many people are ducking with horses that would be contenders in here, and I'm glad that Mark has taken a shot.
Well, we were looking at the race. You know, we've been, you know, kind of keeping it in our mind. Spots that were possibilities, but really it was... Well, we were looking at the race. You know, we've been...
I keep hearing Mark Hennig. We're going to get to it eventually. And
voices, I don't know even what you're talking about, Greg. Paul, you didn't hear that, did you?
I hear voices when I go to bed, but I'm not, I mean, I don't know what happened
Greg?
there.
Are you?
They're making a lot of changes. So blinkers went on for the Preakness. They're coming off for the Belmont. Going to get Mike Smith. Let's listen now. Try again with Mark Hennig.
Well, we were looking at the race. You know, we've been, you know, kind of keeping it in the back of our mind amongst a bunch of other spots that were possibilities. But really, it was came down to, you know, there was a defection this week with Owendale going to the Ohio Derby, and really we're here. We're on our home track. He's never run at Belmont. We thought, you know, you only get one chance in these Triple Crown races. We've got a good sound horse, and he's doing well. So we thought we'd take a shot.
Well, another positive. Before last year, of course, Tappett's won the Belmont 3 of 4 years. He's a Tappett.
He's a fresh horse, too, because he didn't run at all in the Preakness. So, no, but I mean, listen, he's taking the blinkers off. Maybe the blinkers were the excuse why he didn't run so well at all. He was a hot workhorse. I had a ton of people saying that he was the horse you needed to play, and he just didn't run a step. And maybe he'll like it here better.
Yeah, listen, I can't blame him for taking a shot. And it's important to run in these races and give yourself a chance and see if you have a chance to win. We've certainly seen upsets in the Belmont. He is still a horse that's yet to run a particularly fast race.
Maybe next Saturday will be the day. Yep. We will find out. Registration closes on Wednesday for the Belmont Stakes Challenge, the biggest New York handicapping contest of the year. All 15 stakes races at Belmont are included in the two-day contest, June 7th and 8th. $60,000 guaranteed first place prize. $10,000 buy-in. You can play on track. You can play online as well with NYRA Bets. For details and to register, visit NYRA.com/challenge. Second race. Still favoritism to Cafe Americano for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt. Let's go downstairs for a paddock report to Maggie Wolfendale.
Very interesting, other than here in the paddock for these fillies as they are going to travel the 9 furlongs here, the distance and turf course of our Panine Ridge feature. We'll start with the two horses that bookend the field who have very similar makeup as far as their form is concerned. Both won first time out at a mile at Gulfstream, and both have to come back off of layoffs. We'll start on the inside with your current favorite, that is Cafe Americano, who I visually appreciate her effort a bit more. It just, once she got clear, she really had these big strides going forward and kicked away from that field. And looking at her too here in the paddock, she certainly looks like one that will appreciate the extra furlong. She comes back in here extremely fit. She's a lot more settled than the next horse I'll get to in the paddock, which indicates to me that Cafe Americano will be sitting behind number 6 here, passing out. And just by what I see here in the paddock, and to what you kind of read into with the form, is that passing out, she's keen, she's sharp, and she's fresh. I mean, she's been the most high energy horse that we've seen here. From a physical perspective, I actually like her a bit more. I wasn't expecting to like her more, but she's a bit of a bigger, stronger looking individual than Cafe Americano. Like I said, I'm kind of splitting hairs here. I think, you know, Cafe Americano is a legitimate favorite, but looking at passing out here, I appreciate her more now that I've seen her in the paddock, because she is certainly fit coming back here for Shug McGahee. I think the real interesting horse, though, is number 3 in here, Repatriated Gem, who gets back to the turf here for trainer Mike Stidham. And it seems as though the horses that Mike has shipped up here, he's shipped here with a purpose. And I think she fits well, at least physically here in the paddock with these, especially getting back to the turf. Another daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, big, kind of more tubular type of horse, should like the ground, should like getting back to the surface, gets Johnny V back in the saddle. That was a rider change as well, and I think she could be very dangerous to the favorite, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. There's a look at Repatriated Gem, and we've talked really the last couple of years on this show, the incredible success of right off the bat getting into the game for E5 Racing.
Yeah, right.
And this is a filly for that group with daughter of Medaglia d'Oro from Mike Stidham.
Yeah, I thought this horse it has 2 races. Obviously, she broke her maiden in a small field off the turf race at Keeneland, but her turf race, I thought it was a decent effort. It was a fast pace. She saved ground, but I thought she had a lot to do top of the stretch, and I thought she was a race she could improve off of. And the first and second finishers both came back and did improve in subsequent starts.
Good race, yeah.
Let's take a look at Passing Out in her debut. This was at Gulfstream at a mile. Gets up for the win, beating a field of 12 first time out.
I mean, why is this horse the distant third choice, not only on the board right now, but in doubles as well? I just don't understand. Why is this horse so much less likely to win, or even less likely to win the one Cafe Americano? Both of them are going to be forwardly placed in here.
Yeah, Shug doesn't even really crank them up that early, so when they win, they usually improve. This is a filly by obviously a sire Orb that he trained, so you would think she would improve, and she showed tactical speed. So I get it. I don't understand why she's 5-1.
And what's interesting is that Shug, it's funny, it's that second-time starters that broke their maidens their debut in turf routes. He's 0 for 3. I don't care that he's 0 for 3 because it's a meaningless sample. The fact is it shows he's only had 3 horses to break their maidens first time out in turf routes. So that, to me, shows it's just a rare occurrence, which means she's probably pretty good.
Beat a horse who would come back to win next time out as well to flatter her form a little bit more. Maybe some people, well, you know, look, obviously, whenever you have a Chad Brown horse in a race who wins first time out, that horse is going to take plenty of attention. And here is that filly, Cafe Americano for Peter Brandt, who was part owner of Swale that we just showed you back in 1984.
Could easily be very forwardly placed, could be in front if she wants to be from that rail position. She's one of the biggest players, but an underlay at 6-5.
Pep is it 3-1. Todd Pletcher runner who broke her maiden first time out at Tampa.
Yeah, 3 different races, 3 different riders, and she's run well in all of them. Now she's going to get her 4th in Castellano.
Rider change on the 3. John Velasquez will be aboard Repatriated Gem from Mike Stidham.
I like this horse's debut on the turf. I think it was good enough and better than it looks on paper. I think she has a long shot chance.
Zabava will put blinkers on for Mike Maker.
This is a dangerous horse if you want to put underneath, because he claimed this horse 2 back. Not a bad race, and now he's giving her a little bit of time. She might be sneaky at 19-1.
Tony Dutrow sends out Style and Grace, and Joel Rosario rides the daughter of Curlin.
Whose dam was a half to one of the greatest horses of all time, Dinever. She's just going to have to get a little faster.
And on the outside, Passing Out, we showed you that debut at Gulfstream for Shug McGahee.
You know, not only did she win that race has come back pretty good. The other horses that have come back out of that race have won. The figures were about the same. So major player in here for Jose Ortiz. I can't believe 5-1.
Price is going to come down. Let's go back, though, to Cafe Americano. She beat a 12-horse field at Gulfstream. And we know these connections, they get overbet constantly. And that's not to say this one's getting overbet here, but we knew this horse would take plenty of play.
Yeah, you know, she did not. I mean, she had a perfect trip, sitting ground behind horses, getting some room to come through in the stretch. She beat a horse, Nico's Dream, who's a New York bred. We saw win here for Barclay Tag a couple weeks ago. It's a nice horse, but she may not be as good as these. You're banking on her improving, and she very well may, and she draws well on the inside. I just don't understand why she's a heavy favorite in this field.
Well, standing by with a trainer who has 2 horses in the feature race today. He also has Pep coming up here in this second. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yes, a lot of shots to be fired here today for trainer Todd Pletcher. And Todd sending out Pep in here. And Todd, I thought her last effort at Churchill was a valiant one after a troubled one at Keeneland. We taking another step forward here?
Yes, I think so. She, I felt like her last race, even though she was able to win her debut, her last race was her most professional. She kind of put it all together, ran straight, and seemed a little more focused. So I'm hoping that carries over to here, and I think the 1 1/8 should suit her well.
Another 1 1/8 contest at Panine Ridge today. You send out a 1-2 punch. Clint Maroon coming off a win in the Woodhaven, as well as Social Paranoia. As far as tactics are concerned, both your horses have some early pace. How do you see the race shaping up?
Actually, we had Jose and NYRA out this morning working a few horses. I talked to them a little bit, and I said it's basically going to be up to them. You know, I think both horses have similar styles, and they're just going to have to play it off the break and see who shows the most initiative, and hopefully, you know, not get in each other's way.
Todd, you're looking to win your 3rd Belmont Stakes, sending out Intrepid Heart as 4th. Sorry, I knew I was wrong in saying that. Sending out Intrepid Heart and Spinoff. Intrepid Heart, what have you seen in his workouts that gives you confidence heading into this next Saturday?
Well, you know, we feel like he's bred for the 1.5 miles. He's by Tappet. He's half-brother to Commissioner, who just missed in the Belmont. I mean, you know, Tappet's had a lot of success with Belmont runners. Still lightly raced. That would be my biggest concern, is if he has enough seasoning. But you know, we've had 2 really good works since the Peter Pan, and you know, like I said, I think he's really bred for it.
All right, well, another son of Tappet, can't go wrong there, right, Todd? Excuse me, not congratulations yet. Okay. Best of luck. Hopefully, I get to talk to you later today.
That'd be good.
All right, guys, back to you.
Maggie, thanks. So he's going to have 2 in the Belmont Stakes. He's also going to have 2 in the Panine Ridge. And I'm with you, Andy. I really thought a lot of people not overlooking Social Paranoia. He's not getting talked about a lot. I think he's coming out of the toughest race of anybody in that field.
I could not agree more, and he can be forwardly placed. He may have more natural speed than his other stablemate, and I think both of them can win, but I don't understand why they're talking so much about Clint Maroon. I think it's because he won by a lot of lengths, but I'm not sure Social Paranoia didn't run a better race than losing.
Yeah, you can make a case. Social Paranoia has gotten a ton better since he's added blinkers, really has. I mean, the figures have gone through the roof, and it's going to be interesting who takes the initiative early in that race, Clint Maroon or Social Paranoia.
As for Pep, here's Todd Pletcher's runner in this race coming up, so 7-2 right at her morning line. And what do you make of her 3rd off a short layoff today?
I don't know what to make of Pep, because her first 2 races give her no chance in here, and her last race makes her a major player. She had a very good trip last time out, and she didn't finish, but it was against older, more accomplished horses. In fact, an ex-Todd Pletcher horse, I think, an Amazing Audrey. But what about her first 2 races? What happened from her first 2 to her 3rd, Paul?
Well, you know, her second race, she had a ton of trouble at the start and a little tiny bit in the stretch. That's a little overblown. That horse like come into her, but she broke dead last. Her last race, she just did everything right. Now, 4th different rider, 4th different racetrack, so you could throw anything at her and she'll run a good race. You know, her first race, she exploded home, but she just didn't get a big number. Her last race was okay. She runs her last race, it doesn't win it, but it puts her right there.
Makes her a player.
She's got tactical speed, so she's probably lands a very good trip in here.
Here's Repatriated Gem for E5 Racing, and got a maiden score in a race that was taken off the turf on the sloppy going at Keeneland last start.
It's hard to judge her first race. I'm going to take an optimistic viewpoint. Even though she saved ground, she was left with an awful lot to do and couldn't quite get up. Was a quick pace. The 2nd place finisher improved her Beyer figure with a maiden win next time out in the turf by 8 points. Now, she was part of the pace. The horse who won did close, but she improved her Beyer figure 9 points. Now, nobody else in the race came back to run much better, but I'm going to take an optimistic viewpoint, especially because by post time, I think she'll be better than 4-1.
You can get involved in today's action without risking any of your own money, and you're competing for real prizes when you play the Showdown. Free online contest that we have each and every day on our broadcast. Today's contest features the Belmont Late Pick 5, that NYRA Bets Late Pick 5. Go to NYRA.com/showdown to get involved. Again, competing for real prizes, and we're going to update who's on top at the end of our show. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Greg, and when I take a look at Pep, as I was just talking to Todd Pletcher, apologizing profusely, forgetting about Palace Malice in the back of my head. Anyway, Pep, I thought, did take a big step in the right direction last time out because she also was able to lay closer to the pace. And to getting the 9 furlongs here today should allow her to do that. She also does seem pretty sharp in the paddock and out on the track, but it's not as if she's kind of on her toes. She just has that kind of intensity and that quiet confidence you like to see. I don't love her as a physical, I'll be honest, she's not the most impressive to the eye. But if she can recreate some of that same magic that she had last time out, then it puts her right in the mix. Now, a horse that is getting a little bit ignored, I would say, but because she hasn't run that fast, is number 5, Stallion Grace. But I have some thoughts about Stallion Grace. She was one that was supposed to run about 2 times down at the fairgrounds for trainer Tony Dutro, and she never got to because she was rained off. And sometimes that works in a negative way because you train these horses up to a prime effort coming off of a layoff, and then you have to delay. So you kind of miss that sharpness. Last time out, she was rained off. She gets back to the turf here today, and she's a lot more fit looking to me than what she was going back to April 10th. So I think that Stallion Grace could outrun her odds here a bit. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So 7-1, getting back on grass and looking a lot better to Maggie's eyes here, the daughter of Curlin.
Well, Paul likes her clearly a lot more than I do.
Well, I like her first effort. I thought it was gigantic. I know there was given the ground. Her effort after that she needed. Then the blinkers came on. She got a little bit better in each start. I don't think she needs to take that giant of a leap, but she does. But she needs some pace, too. She got Joelle aboard. That helps.
Comes down a notch to 6-1, but there's our favorite stepping in, Cafe Americano. She got the job done in her debut at Gulfstream. Can she remain undefeated here, tackling winners for the first time? She will do so as the one to beat with Irad Ortiz Jr., who was on board for that debut here in her second start. Let's send it upstairs for the call. Start of the early pick 4 here from Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Here's the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown, Larry Collmus.
Stallion Grace has taken her position in the starting gate and passing out. And Jose Ortiz will be the last to load of this field of 6 that are all in line. They're off. Good even beginning here as Cafe Americano comes out sharply and goes with Pep to the early lead, and Zabava is just outside of them. A 4-wide run for passing out. Stallion Grace tucks in behind the leaders, as does Repatriated Gem, who's been guided to the rail to trail and 5 lengths off the lead. And now Pep takes charge. Pep around that first turn, the leader, taken on by passing out on the outside. And now these two a neck apart as they make their way to the backstretch just ahead of Zabava, who's clear by another 2 to the favorite Cafe Americano. 24.46 was the first quarter. Stallion Grace is 6 lengths behind and leading only Repatriated Gem in the run up the backstretch. Pep and Javier Castellano on top, a half length, ahead of passing out in Jose Ortiz. While Irad Ortiz has Cafe Americano well held 2 lengths behind them, and Zabava's just to her outside. Break of another 2.5 to Style and Grace. Repatriated Gem continues to sit at the back of this field after a 49.46 half mile. The race for the far turn. Pep continues to lead away a half a length. Passing out continues to prompt her from the outside. Cafe Americano still hard held in third inside of Zabava. And then it's back to Style and Grace and Repatriated Gem, who's beginning to move a bit on the outside. Around the far turn, Pep by a neck. Passing out on the outside, 3/4, 113.93. Zabava now moves up outside of them. No place to go yet for Cafe Americano. Now she's got a 3-wide run if she's good enough. Style and Grace has cut the corner and Repatriated Gem, they're into the stretch. Pep to catch. Here's Cafe Americano. Now ranging up alongside, and the 2 of them are stride for stride. Cafe Americano to the front. Pep gives way late. Repatriated Gem closes fast, and then comes Style and Grace. It is Cafe Americano. Cafe Americano is going to win it by about 2 in the end over Repatriated Gem. Pep was 3rd, and Style and Grace was 4th.
Well, Larry mentioned Cafe Americano for a while had nowhere to go. When she finally got some running room, she zips away, and now she's 2 for 2.
And I think this was a very good effort because they were not moving up front. I mean, she had a good trip behind them, and, you know, as Larry's right, she found that room, she got through, but she really exploded down the lane. And I'll tell you something else, Paul. It was a nice effort by Repatriated Gem as well, and a good ride by John Velasquez because she was running for second behind No Pace, and the board was sure right about Shook's horse.
Yeah, she took a funny step, too, to the 6, passing out at the top of the lane. And the 3 did run a nice little second, but the 1 always looked like a winner from the beginning. She actually broke on top, and Irad had so many different options. He could have went to the front end if he wanted to, but he decided to lay off the pace, let everybody do the running, and then the 2, as soon as the one came up to her, she switched to her wrong lead, and she started getting tired.
You know, Pep had no excuse here. I mean, she was disappointing. She was able to control, as was Passing Out. But the funny thing about Passing Out was 9-2, and we all commented on it. It's like she looked so good on paper Passing Out, but she wasn't being bet like she looked good on paper, and she didn't run well. She's a better horse than that. I bet she runs much better next time.
Cafe Americano, she proves it, though, on the racetrack. She is undefeated now, perfect 2 for 2. Daughter of Medaglia d'Oro for Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, and Irad Ortiz Jr. with the win here in race 2 from Belmont. We'll have the prices set up the 3rd when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
As a leading breeder, consigner, and buyer, the #1 thing that I look for is that wow walk. And when Always Dreaming took 2 steps, I knew that that was exactly what he had. I think the walk is so important because it really tells the true athleticism of a horse. He's just that kind of mover, and you can spot it from a mile away. I'm Carrie Brogdon, and this season, I'm always dreaming.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you each and every day in part by champion sprinter Runhappy, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. Never lost while sprinting during his career and did it all while racing medication-free. Into the winner's circle in race 2 at Belmont on this Saturday afternoon to kick off the early pick 4. Cafe Americano for Chad Brown and owner Peter Brandt.
Congratulations to Philippe Amdaglioro, the Indian Charlie mare, Roxy Gap. Like you said, Mr. Brandt, Irad Ortiz Jr. And this is a filly, obviously, anything in Chad's Brown, but she looks nice today.
Yeah, back on when Swale won the Belmont Stakes, it was an unprecedented day of 6 stakes races on the card. Peter Brandt won 3 of them. We're going to have 8 grade 1s on Saturday.
8 grade 1s.
Things have changed a little bit.
Who are Peter's other winners?
We'll look it up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I got one.
Here with trainer Chad Brown, as victorious was Cafe Americano. And Chad, she feels like when you watch her, just the longer the better.
Yeah, exactly. We took our time with her. You can tell in the paddock she's still a lanky, growthy kind of horse that keeps getting better. She needs to fill out into that frame of hers, but when she does, she's going to look like quite a mare down the road. Right now, she's done nothing wrong. I mean, she's 2 for 2, and I think longer the better, like you said.
Yeah, she really hits that nice stride late. And talking about hitting nice strides late, your 2 coming up in the Panine Ridge a bit later. Value Proposition, he was really impressive, highly touted. I know you liked him a lot as a 2-year-old last year, but talk about that first race, still even a bit green.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. You know, he just couldn't get it together at age 2, had a couple little baby issues, so we're patient with him, and, you know, it was worth the wait. Obviously, his debut was really good, and he was a little green down the lane, but I see him come back and breeze more professional since then. I think we're going to see actually a sharper, better horse this afternoon, I hope.
That's what I've seen in his training, too. He seems sharper, that's for sure. But Demarchelier, 2 for 2, lifetime. He seems like a horse that just goes out there and does his thing.
Yeah, he does. He's done nothing wrong, and he's a horse that could certainly win this race. I think longer the better for him. You know, he's a horse that keeps improving. So, you know, I'm lucky to have two of them.
Peter's not here.
No, Peter's over for the French Derby over there. So good luck to him over here. And if you're watching, boss, we got everything under control over here.
Evidently, with a win here in the second. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys.
Yeah, Peter Brandt, he owns Demarchelier. Are those the money shades? Those are nice from Chad Brown. Well, he's ready to roll today.
He's got some pretty good horses, including a maiden, the fourth today, that's very, very good. And it's funny with Peter Brandt not here. He's so rarely, he's obviously out of town, he's so rarely not here. It's one of the things I love about Peter. On a Thursday, you'll see him here for a maiden he's running. He really just loves it.
Well, that man right there has become one of the great trainers in the game. And he is loaded this afternoon. Chad Brown, he'll be well stocked with two very sharp runners in that Panine Ridge. We're going to take a break. We'll be back and talk a little Met Mile when we return. What a race this is turning out to be. Matoli, maybe the top sprinter in the entire country, and McKenzie for Bob Baffert. Says he's actually moved forward off his last race. We'll talk about that Met Mile next.
Chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
You justify it.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Great to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races on this Saturday afternoon. Grade 3 Panine Ridge, our feature. Of course, next week it is the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. All eyes on War of Will. After his redemption in the Preakness, make sure you get here, see it live. If he can win 2/3 of the Triple Crown. General admission starts at $30. You can get the best seat in the house by purchasing reserved seats or a premium hospitality package. Buy tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or BelmontStakes.com. Loaded schedule of Grade 1s on that Belmont Stakes Saturday. And an incredible weekend of racing. Of course, the Met Mile grabbing a lot of people's attention with who is going to line up in this race. And horse to horse to horse, it just gets better and better as you look at each one. Matoli, maybe the best sprinter in the entire country. He has reeled off 6 consecutive wins. He stretched out to 7 furlongs at the Churchill Downs Stakes, and that was not a problem at all.
And he could rate as well, and he's going to have to rate again because he's got promises fulfilled. Who's in between him right here, who's running back, and we'll see if he can get another furlong. And I just love the idea of the Met Mile bringing together the best sprinters in the country and the best routers cutting back.
It's going to be very interesting what they do, Matoli. Is he going to have to sit a little bit longer, and it will promises to fulfill, get away a little bit? But there's so much talent in this race that he's going to have to make his move a little bit earlier because the other horses in here are monsters.
It's going to be a very, very fascinating race. I mean, they're going to be moving. Whoever wins this will well deserve. There'll be a horse who runs 4th will deserve to have won a stake.
Now, Steve Asmussen, he won it last year with B Jersey, trying to do it again with Matoli. As for Bob Baffert, not going to be in the Belmont Stakes. He will be in the Met Mile with McKenzie, who's coming off a win in the Grade 2 Ali Sheba, and he says, in terms of the way he's been working since, he expects him to move forward off that.
This is his best performance of his career. Maybe the second best performance was his 7-furlong Malibu win, so we know a one-turn race. I mean, this race, to me, McKenzie was born to run in this race.
Yeah, if I had to right now make a wager and somebody told me who to bet, I think I'd pick him. I just think he's getting better at the right time. It's Bob going around one turn. When Bob tells you a horse is doing good, he's not lying to you. He's not trying to play poker with you. He's telling you the truth. And that last race, I get it. He didn't beat much in there. And he's going to have to beat the best field of his life. Was scary good.
Well, second place finisher is no bump.
No, he's no
that
bump.
Tom Stay-Taught's okay.
Firenze Fire, for some reason, when he gets to Belmont, especially a one-turn mile, he just becomes a different horse. He becomes sensational. We saw that in the Dwyer last summer. That's what he's going to get on Saturday.
This horse would be good magic in a Grade 1 going one-turn mile in the Champagne as a 2-year-old. Now, maybe good magic improved, but he has faced some quality and been impressive. But he is going to have to be impressive against a whole new group in this race Saturday, Paul.
He put up 106, 107 speed figures. I mean,
this was a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke. Yeah, but you're right. He's going to have to. The thing about it is, someone's going to have to sting Mitole. Mitole's going to get the.
Well, he showed he could rate last time, and he's got promise fulfilled is in here, and he is certainly going the front for Dale Romans.
I understand that. So Mitole's going to hit the lead at some point in this race, and then going to have to hold off all these other horses one by one by one. And you wonder who's going to tackle him first, and where's Thunder Snow going to come from, and where's this one going to come from?
Assuming they get to Mitole.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
that's
he gets
the other
the
part.
front and they can't catch him. I hear you, and it's going to be a huge test for him, and he's got an extra furlong against, but who knows?
We keep talking about this race, and there's so much to talk. We haven't even got to Thunder Snow, two-time defending Dubai World Cup champion, is going to be showing up as well in that spot. Not just about the Met Mile, though. That entire card is tremendous. The Manhattan, we're going to see Bricks and Mortar back, who's a perfect 3 for 3 in 2019 for Chad Brown.
He's this amazing story. This horse had a serious injury in the fall of his 3-year-old year and was out for a good 15 months. Never knew if he could even make it back to the races, Paul. And he's come back and he's won 2 Grade 1s, the 2 biggest races we've run, including this race, and he is relentless.
Yeah, he never looks like he's going to get there. He's
one
of
really
those
doesn't.
horses that in the middle of the lane, you're like, he's sort of empty, but he just has a lot of want. You know what he is? He reminds me of, he's the equine version of Kawhi Leonard. Exactly what he is. He really is. He just somehow wins.
Be careful. We may fine you if you're trying to buy him or something.
He just knows how to win. He wins, and I'll tell you what, he's intelligent. He knows where the wire is, that horse.
He just gets it done. He's 8 for 10 lifetime. Andy Serling, I'll let you read this. It's your poll.
I like to put up a new Twitter poll every night as we lead up to the Belmont Stakes, and this one, because I started one and I said who's going to win it, and everybody picked Bricks and Mortar. So the question is, who do you think the likeliest horse to beat Bricks and Mortar? And you've got until about 11 o'clock, 11:30 tonight to answer that
Raging
question.
Bull will like it with a faster turf course or a little bit not much give? Or
That's a good question. He probably prefers a former course, and he should be getting that. I think he's putting blinkers on for this race, but that's a pretty good foursome behind him.
Channel maker for Belmont. He's coming off a win in the Grade 1 Man of War. Of course, he won the Grade 1 Turf Classic as well at Belmont on a soft going, but proved in the Man of War he likes it firm as well.
And this is a horse who finished 8th in last year's Manhattan, and with a clear trip, he could have won the race. And he just gets better and better for Belmont.
He's got to be time perfect. You can see right here, he starts pulling himself up. Visually, you can see it, but he's always shows up in those big races, and tactically, he's good. Now, obviously, he was chasing a lone leader there, but tactically, he's very good, and he's a major player at any distances. You go that long, Channel Maker will be right there, and he's got a lot of money in his bank account.
Could do it on firm, could do it on soft going, so no matter what the weather is, he's going to be okay. 5-year-old for Belmont, who's won just shy of $2 million. He is closing in on that $2 million mark very, very soon here. So the Manhattan, another loaded field. Tremendous day of racing again. Get your tickets now if you have not already. The 3rd race coming up at Belmont. We're about 13 minutes away. $16,000 claiming race at 1 mile and a 16th. Let's head downstairs for a paddock report to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, want to check in with a drop-down horse who is also switching surfaces. That is number 4 in here, Ectobar, for trainer Ray Handel. And I think possibly Connections getting ambitious because, well, you get excited when a horse runs second and runs a fast number. You think, oh, I can capitalize on this. And it just hasn't worked out well for him as he'll get back to the dirt where arguably his better races have come. Going 1 mile and a 16th, the conditions of this race suit him perfectly. And furthermore, the last time I'd seen this guy, he got really kind of washy and warm and a bit undone pre-race. He's calm, cool, and collected here today. Yeah, he has a little bit of sweat on him, but it's nothing like I've seen from him in the past. The only thing, though, the front bandages do go back on. They were on for his last dirt try back in November for Ray. Moving on to the lettered part of the favored entry. That's the 1A Big Muddy, a horse who in the past as well has had the propensity to get a bit wound up pre-race. He's very quiet here. Almost uncharacteristically quiet. Now, granted, I haven't seen him in a while, and maybe it's just be more mental maturity as he is now a 5-year-old. He's a very good-looking 5-year-old here from Michelle Nevin. I find him hard to trust, especially graduating out of those condition races. I feel as though when you're participating at this kind of claiming price level and you get out of those non-3 life races and you're in these open kind of claiming races, I find that is sometimes the biggest jump to take, and that's exactly what Big Muddy is going to have to do today. Greg?
Maggie, thank you very much. Jose Ortiz will have the call, winning 3 of his last 5 starts. The entry at 8-5 in here, but there is Ectobar. Since this one has been claimed off of Chad Brown, some ambitious spots. It has not worked out. Now a big drop in class. We'll be back.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh, Justified, has won
the Triple Crown. Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Got questions? America's Best Racing has your answers. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Get set for post parade coming up here momentarily for race 3 at Belmont on the main track. $16,000 claiming race at 1 mile and a 16th. And there's one of the main contenders in this spot. 6 horse just leaving our screen there for Carlos Martin. Too hot to even speak.
Yeah, horse 2-back that found just the right level and on sloppy racetrack. Now, and you wonder at this age of 8, he's 4 for 49 and 2 of the wins are on a wet surface. He's 2 for 33 over fast. Can he repeat that effort 2-back? That's going to have to happen to win this race. But that was over a sloppy racetrack, so he might be getting overbet just a tiny bit. But I used him because I think he can be in a nice stalking position from that slot. And with Joel aboard, Joel takes him back a little bit farther. If the race falls apart, he's going to be the horse you're going to have to look for late.
Carlos Martin, of course, with the uber talented Come Dancing. Going to see in the Ogden Phipps. We're going to talk about her a little bit later on in the show. Here comes our post parade for this 3rd from Belmont. And we'll see the entry first from post 2. Halloween Horror will break for Patrick Quick.
I actually think this one's very interesting, but would be a much bigger price on his own. He gets a big rider change to Dylan Davis, but they're betting heavily in the other half of the entry.
Entry at 3-2 on the board, and here is the other half. Big Money will break third from the outside for Michelle Nevin.
I don't like Big Money in this spot. I think he's dressed up after facing weaker in his previous starts, and any horse that loses to Filet of Soul will not be on my tickets.
We'll see Ectobar next. Here is the 4. Ray Handel claimed this one in ambitious spots off the claim, and now the big drop.
Yeah, and listen, if he goes back to any of those races, any of those dirt races, he wins this race, and I'm surprised he's not the heavy favorite in here. But hey, listen, a lot of people like 2 for 1.
Scat Toga the 5, just 3 for 20 lifetime for Gabriel Goodwin. 5-year-old debut.
Appears to be overmatched on paper off an 8-month layoff.
9-2 on the outside runner. So here's Carlos Martin's 8-year-old, Too Hot to Even Speak.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, he's going to be sitting in the right spot, but can he repeat the same effort 2 back over like he has over a sloppy racetrack? The other good thing that you do have with him, he does have 3 wins here at Belmont, but he's going to still have to improve to beat this group.
There's the remaining half of the entry, the 2 and 2B. This is Call Me, breaks second to the outside.
The race 2 back at a mile was not that bad, but does have tactical speed. Should be sitting in a good spot.
Finished right behind Big Muddy in that effort. And here's the 3 who gets the rail in this race. This is American Lincoln.
We'll see if these connections could be as successful as Linda Rice was. He was against the track a little bit last time.
So entry at 8-5, but Ectobar, what to do with this 6-year-old son of Bernardini, who now is nosediving in class after his connections got very ambitious with him off a claim for $40,000. Has not panned out in those 3 tries since, so now in for 16.
Now this is, of course, when Chad Brown trained him back at Saratoga. You see those Shadwell Silks on the outside, and they certainly got ambitious. 1.5 miles and 2 miles on the turf. He's really a dirt horse, though. He has run well on the turf, and I think even that race 3 back, his last dirt race at Aqueduct, for Ray Handel was good enough to win this race, and to me, I think he's much the horse to beat.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, the drop down to 16. I get it, and it's a tough read, but you do have Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. I don't think Ray Handel will be sticking Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard, dropping this horse for 16. So I think they're going to use his speed and go right to the front, because if you look, there's some other horses in here that have speed, but on this kind of a drop, his speed might take over. He'll be laying like just behind some horses.
You don't think Big Muddy and American Lincoln and Call Me are all faster earlier than he is?
He's never been in this kind of level, though. Those horses are non-trees.
But they're faster than he is early. It's hard to believe they'll be able to outrun all 4 of them.
I don't know about all 4 of them, but he'll be close.
Especially for Irad Ortiz. Yeah, no, I don't think he'll be way far out of it, but I doubt he's in front.
I think he needs to be interested early. That's the key for him. If he's interested early, I think he beats this group. Or maybe he's just in bad form, you know?
Well, there is that question. I mean, that's a reasonable question, but he was in such ridiculous spots, 3.5 miles of races. Who knows?
Get signed up, get started just in time for the Belmont Stakes. Get a $25 Belmont Stakes win bet plus a $200 new member bonus from NYRA Bets. Use the promo code BET25 at sign up. You'll $200 bonus earned right after you bet your first $200 in 14 days of joining. And that $25 win bet on a horse in the Belmont, you get $25 back if you finish second or third. Go to NYRABets.com for all the details. We have a cross-country pick 5 today as well that you want to take a look at. It starts with our feature here in New York, that Grade 3 Panine Ridge in the 8th. The all-stakes, all-turf cross-country pick 5 also includes a sensational day out at Penn National, including the Grade 2 Penn Mile. Get free Equibase PPs on the sequence at NYRA.com/cross-country. And here's a look at that Penn Mile. And we've been talking about a thread of blue who connections. They're thinking Breeders' Cup Turf with him later this year.
Well, they've got smaller fish to fry today, but for $500,000 at Penn National, he's a very good horse. And, you know, he gets run down here by Digital Age, but Digital Age so far might be the leader of that division. Social Paranoia is the horse in the white silks inside of him. We'll see him in our Panine Ridge. Whoever made him 5-2 morning line was wrong.
What do you think he's going to be?
He'll be closer to 2-5 than 5-2. I think he'll be 4-5, even money. What do you think?
Yeah.
Greg?
He's going to be shorter than 5-2. I don't know if he's going to be 2-5.
No, I think he'll be closer to 2-5 than 5-2.
No, okay. It's fair.
40 under is going to be what? 5-1?
Second choice.
Yeah,
3-1, 7-2.
I mean, he's run some good races. He really has. 2 wins. He won the Pilgrim. Maybe he was up a little bit too close.
Well, he was compromised by the slow pace set by Clint Maroon last time out, his return, and a yielding turf.
He might like the faster turf like he did at Saratoga when he won at a big price. And look who he beat, Social Paranoia, who we're going to see later in the card here today.
Do you think it's just a 2-horse race?
Well, you don't want to say they run on paper, but on paper they are.
Yeah.
Just
meanwhile, we have horses from both those races, that Penn Mile and the Panine Ridge, who are eyeing this Turf Trinity. It's part of the 2019 Turf Triple Series that includes the Turf Tiara for 3-year-old fillies as well. But the Turf Trinity first leg, 1.25 mile Belmont Derby Invitational, July 6th.
I will tell you right now, I would make a large bet that we see a winner of at least one of those races in our Panine Ridge today.
Yes, no question.
Out on the limb, Greg.
Richie, you take big chances, don't you? First time today, we're going to get to see the Mig. Richie Migliore has more for us. Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And I like the conversation going on there. I like when Andy edges out on that limb there. A little bit of unstable ground, but definitely good repartee there. Watching these horses warm up, and I think it's really important to watch lower level kind of horses warm up on the racetrack. I think you see some insight into how they may be handled during the running of the race. The 1A, Big Muddy, he got as an aggressive a warm-up as a horse can get. Jose Ortiz left the pony. He made this horse gallop. He actually picked up a pretty good 2-minute lick around the far turn. And that tells me they're going to be aggressive. They're going to put this horse in the game. He's a horse that Jose is not familiar with, but it seems like there's intention there when they warm up that way for sure. The 6 horse, Too Hot to Even Speak, made a standout appearance on the racetrack. It looks to me like he actually puffed up from what he looked like in the paddock to what he looks like on the racetrack. He got bigger. Sometimes horses hit the racetrack under the tack. They kind of really blow up a little bit and get larger than life. And Too Hot to Even Speak, another one, left the pony with Joel Rosario and made a super impression. After he got his warm-up, he kind of let him take a breath, stand out, take in all of his surroundings, and he looked very relaxed, very comfortable, like what I'm seeing from the 6, Too Hot to Even Speak. He would be my appearance pick just off the warm-up. And then the 2B, conversely, flip side of the warm-up that the 1A Big Muddy got, Louis Reyes, who is familiar with this horse, basically jogged him over to the backstretch, didn't do a lot of warm-up, very short gallop. And I don't know if he just knows this horse has enough natural speed that he didn't feel like he needed to get his blood up or have him limbered up too much. But he really got a very light warm-up in comparison to especially the 1A, guys.
All right, great stuff there from the MIG. So big warm-up from the 1A Big Muddy, who was coming off that win when he was very close to the front end over at Parks in April.
Well, I expect him to be forwardly placed and agree with Richie. He and Call Me have the most speed in here. I just don't. I think the Big Muddy has been facing much weaker fields.
Does Joe Rosario pull a trick and try to push with the 6?
No.
No, right?
He can try to push. He'll still be 5th or 6th. And deep close. I worry with the 6 a little bit if a mile 16th on a dry track isn't a bit of a stretch for him.
Yeah. I think the horse needs wetness.
I think it depends a lot on Ectobar. If Ectobar can still run and he runs his race, he's going to win. If not, then I think it's a lot more wide open.
Now he's starting to come down finally in price. He may be favored here. It's very close before post time. There he is, stepping in. He's 9-5 on the board. The massive drop down from a 2 other than allowance on turf last start at 1.5 miles. Now down and in for 16,000 claiming. Lowest he has run for yet would equal a win for trainer Ray Handel and Irad Ortiz Jr. Here's the 3rd from Belmont. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call. Here's Larry Collmus.
And the last couple of runners are set to come up here as Call Me moves into the starting gate. And Too Hot to Even Speak completes the line. They're all in line. They're off. Call Me sent down to there to show speed. Ectobar on the inside, also out well. Skatoga behind them. Big Muddy goes up in between horses. And then Too Hot to Even Speak on the far outside. They're followed by American Lincoln, and last of them all is Halloween Horror up the backstretch, a good 7 lengths off of front-running Call Me, who leads Ectobar a half a length. And right there, too, are Big Muddy, and Too Hot to Even Speak is close to the pace today, only 1 3/4 lengths behind after a 23.74 quarter. Skatoga has 4 lengths to make up, clear of American Lincoln, and Halloween Horror is now 9 lengths from the front. Call Me on the outside of Ectobar. They're matching strides on the lead, and Too Hot to Even Speak is a length and a half off of them. Big Muddy follows in fourth, moving for the far turn. American Lincoln is 7 lengths behind. Skatoga, Halloween Horror at the back of the pack. 46.38, a contested half mile here between Ectobar and Call Me, who have been side by side. As they round the far turn, they've got a 3-length lead. And now Big Muddy has taken up the chase into third. Too Hot to Even Speak retreats to fourth. Still in it, though, 3.5 lengths behind. Then American Lincoln in fifth. Coming toward the top of the stretch, Ectobar in hand at this point, shaking away from Call Me. Big Muddy comes up there 3 wide. Too Hot to Even Speak 4 deep. American Lincoln also puts in a bid toward the inside. And then Halloween Horror from the back of the pack. Ectobar set down with a furlong to run. Opens up by 3. A host of pursuers right behind him. American Lincoln is now into second. Then comes Call Me in third. They're coming down to the line. And it is Ectobar and Arad Ortiz Jr. to score by 2. American Lincoln was second. And then it was Halloween Horror, followed by Call Me.
Nothing like a return to form than dropping down to 16,000, claiming the lowest level Ectobar has ever been at.
And it was a good call by Paul saying that he was going to be on top of the pace. And you were right, Paul. When you had a class horse like this and he runs, he's on the pace, and Irad didn't fool around here.
No, he really didn't. And he had a load of horse. He still can't pull him up. And you can see everybody else is trying to make their moves, but sort of sucked him in, and the race was over. He ran pretty fast, too, 110.
You know, it tracks quick, but obviously it was very fast, to be fair. But, you know, you can see when this horse, as we said before the race, if he ran today, he was going to win. Now, just because he won doesn't mean we were... He could have just not showed up, and sometimes they don't, but he showed up in a big way today.
It'd be very interesting if he kept him or not. For 16,000, I think somebody probably dipped in and grabbed him.
Maybe they could bring him right back. That 2-mile turf race is coming up on Friday. It's going to be a perfect prep for that race.
Why not give it another shot, right? 8-5.
First, you don't succeed.
On Ectobar. Breaks through with the easier company here. Irad Ortiz Jr. Did not want to mess around this afternoon. Keeps him close to the pace and then pulls away late here. 4-3-1-2B finish as the 6-year-old son of Bernardini wins for the 4th time in his career.
Yeah, and the more and more you look at this field, and like I use the 6, and then I went back and I look at the 6. Just the horse doesn't want to go this far. 2 of his wins are on a wet surface. You end up realizing, no, not the right call. And when a horse drops this much, you just got to look.
And this is Ray Handel's 4th win at the meet with a very limited number of starters. And Ray Handel is a trainer that's very much under the radar, where I think if you're not in New York and following New York racing, you just may not be familiar with him. He doesn't run a lot of horses. He does a terrific job.
So does the man on board, Irad Ortiz Jr. Back-to-back wins for Irad. We'll have those prices when we come back. And look who's returning to New York. Withers winner, Tax for Danny Gargan. He was second in the Wood Memorial. Will he be ready to go in the Belmont? We'll be back.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag, plus graded stakes winner War of Will, and these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018. This son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I'm here in the winner's circle with the winning rider, Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad, he was always traveling in the bridle. How confident were you down the backstretch?
Well, I was he gave me a little confidence because he was traveling so good. I mean, I can feel my hands. I have horse the whole way, so I just wait the longest as I can, and when I turn for home, I ask him, and he give me another reaction.
Irad, you ride so many horses, and here's a horse that you only rode once a very long time ago. How do you prepare to ride a horse like this that you're really not that familiar with?
Well, I just, we are in the same circuit, so I can see him running every time, and I know probably what he likes, and I watch the replays from the races that he won. He won on the clear, close to the lead, so I want to be close. We got an inside post, so I break running, try to make the lead. I got a little pressure early, but they got speed too, so I try to relax the most as I can, and thanks God, everything worked out good.
Well, now a horse later on in the day in Panine Ridge, you ride Clint Maroon, a horse you're very familiar with. It looks like you have a big advantage from a pace standpoint. It looks like you'll probably be in front. What is your strategy there?
Do not look too much speed on the race. Probably the other horse for pleasure. But my horse, I mean, if he break, like he's been breaking, I think he's going to make the lead. And we go from there. It's mile and 8. It's a little long way than last time, but he's doing good, and he's showing on paper that he's a nice horse.
And is he a horse, though, that rates kindly, or does he get a little keen at times?
He's a sweetheart to, he's a sweet horse to ride. He's probably the easiest horse I ride in a long time. You can do anything you want with him. You can put the hand, you can break running, and then when you put the hand down, he come back to you so fast.
Makes your job a lot easier.
Oh, really? I mean, he really do. You put him to sleep so easy.
All right, best of luck later on. Continued success today. Guys, here's a guy who knows how to prepare, uses the replay center, is aware of the horses, and he loves to ride, Greg.
He's a reigning Eclipse Award-winning jockey. His brother, of course, won it the year before, and that might be the horse that Irad says he's going to be in the lead. His brother on Todd Pletcher's stablemate might be the one he has to out-quicken for the lead in that race,
yeah,
the Panine Ridge.
In the Panine Ridge. But congratulations to Ektabar. Horse by Bernardini and the Danzig mare. Wasima.
Not claimed, by the way.
Not claimed. Wow. He'll win it. You can go to a. Let me see now. None other than, or you can go to a starter allowance out of that? No, 4 winners. Well, this horse can win.
I'm telling you,
race.
the Belmont Gold Cup, 2 miles. He could be
pretty good pick
very
3, by the way.
sharp in there.
That just shows you that horse in the first race played pretty good.
Halloween Horror and Call Me, by the way, they were claimed out of the race.
Really?
Thank you, Maggie, for that information. 4th race, Belmont. Starts the pick 6. It is a mile and a 16th, maiden special weight, and we got a buzz horse here for trainer Chad Brown, owned by Will Farish, the son of Tappet. Highest honors. He got beat by a neck in his debut with a troubled trip. He is 1-9 on the board.
This is a very, very talented horse. He was about as unlucky a loser of his debut in an extremely fast race where horses have come back and run well, as you can imagine. We'll show that replay at some point. I'm telling you, Paul, this horse, if he stays sound, he will win stakes. He won't just win today. He will win stakes.
Yeah, he was very, very good, and he should have won easily. And the thing about it is the race has come back loaded, too. And there's a lot of hopes on this horse. And this horse is not bred to run 6.5 furlongs, like Andy was saying earlier. Like, he's bred to run the classic distances. So don't leave the show right now because you might see something special.
I agree. You just don't know. I mean, obviously the stake races have the horse we know, but you never know when you're going to see a potential star. And this horse, if everything goes right, you'll see him in the Travers at Saratoga.
Could be a star in the making. This could be the coming out party. You want to stay tuned for that with Highest Honors, the 5 horse coming up here in this 4th from Belmont. We have some already established stars running a week from today in the 3rd and final leg of the Belmont Stakes. And looking to see Tax make his return as well. It's a horse who was claimed by Danny Gargan for $50,000 maiden claiming race. Kieran McLaughlin, after an incredible breeze, said right after he claimed him, yeah, I'd nominate him to the Remsen. He said, I can't do that. I just claimed him. Well, he wound up putting him in there, wound up running 3rd, and then he'd go on to win the Withers.
No, he's a very good horse. And as you said, this is maybe the claim of the last year. There are some good claims out there, but this is a very good one. I hope Danny runs him. He said, that he wants to evaluate it after this workout, as he should. But this is a good horse, and I will not. He's going to rebound from his Derby. His Derby was too bad to be true.
Yeah, and he didn't have the best of trips, I don't think. And listen, he gave Tacitus all he could. Tacitus was a lot better than he was in the Wood, let's be honest. But to me, he's on the outside in this work. He's a grinding type of horse. So I think the 1.5 miles will help him. It's just whether he's good enough or not. And I'm with you. I hope the horse does run because he'll probably be like your 4th or 5th choice. He'll be like 15, somewhere in a 1, somewhere in there. He won't be crazy.
And Danny Gargan has said the longer, the better with his horse. It's just, we don't know. I mean, he was in such sharp form. What happened in the Kentucky Derby?
It was odd. He didn't take a nickel. He was like 30 or more to 1, despite the fact that he'd finished a good second behind Tastis in the Wood Memorial, who was one of the choices in the race. It was as though they knew that he had no chance and he wasn't going to run, and he really didn't run well at all. And I don't think it was that he didn't handle the track. I don't know the answer. He's run too well before that to just dismiss him off one race.
And, you know, Danny Gargan said he wasn't worried about all going in for that claim because this was a former Claiborne horse. He knows how terrifically bred those runners are, and it's paid off for him. America's Best Racing says, who do you think can beat Preakness winner War of Will? Make your voice heard. Tacitus, Tax, Everfast, or no one?
Is no one the 11 enters? Is he number 11?
It's a buzz horse that everyone's talking about.
Old no one.
Well, a horse that a lot of people are talking about right now after what she did in the Kentucky Oaks. That is Serengeti Empress for our colleague Tom Amoss, Kentucky Oaks winning trainer. We will tell you how the filly got her name when we come back. Tom's daughter Haley Amoss tells us that story next on America's Day at the Races.
Good Samaritan, the last great son of Harlan's Holiday. A debut winner at Saratoga, followed by 14 consecutive graded stakes performances. A Grade 2 winner on dirt and turf.
Good Samaritan to the Breeders' Cup.
Good Samaritan has taken the lead and he's pulling away.
Out of the family of Sky Mesa, Bernstein, and Champion Outstandingly. The last great son of Harlan's Holiday is only at WinStar Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
And here comes Leora. Leora and Channing Hill on the outside of Serengeti Empress, who digs in toward the rail. It's these two, Ladyapolis third, the others with plenty of work to do. It's down to these two and Serengeti Empress, who's holding off the challenge of Leora as they come down to the line. Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I'm Haley Amoss, and I'm here with Serengeti Empress. And today we're going to talk about how Serengeti Empress got her name. So when you name a racehorse, you can have 18 letters in the name. And Serengeti Empress is actually not named after her mother or her father, like some horses are. Serengeti Empress's owner, Joel Politti's daughters, are big fans of the song Africa by Toto. So there's a lyric in the song that goes, when the mountain rises above the Serengeti like an empress. That's what they named her after. So, as you can see, she's a big fan of the name.
And as you can see, Serengeti, a big fan of Haley Amoss. Yeah, it was Joel Politti's daughter, Annie, who came up with that name. As you get a look there at Tom Amoss, just done a tremendous job training this filly. And he tweeted out earlier this morning, put in the final breeze for Serengeti Empress before the Grade 1 Acorn. Went a half mile, 47-4. Last 8th in 11-4, not bad.
I want to know how Tom's face is going to look when he looks at the PPs and sees there are about 5 horses with blazing speed in that Acorn.
Good luck going with her.
Yeah, I know. And he's throwing down the gauntlet like, hey, listen, we're going to the front end. and we'll see if you can catch me if you can. But she's running into maybe a little faster group early. I don't know about a tougher group. She's still, to me, the class, and she's still the Kentucky Oaks champ.
So let's look at Bells the One and Queen of Bees from the 8 Bells. They ran second and third back at Churchill.
Behind a buzzsaw for Brad Cox. He doesn't just have Kofifi in the barn, he's got this one as well. And I'll tell you what is like about the horses that we're looking at running second and third in the 8 Bells. They're both two of the only real closers in this field. This field is laden with speed. We can joke about Serengeti and Press. There is one horse after another with 22 front-end speed, and these horses can close.
All right, we look forward to that's part of that loaded field on Belmont Stakes Day. A Claiborne Stallion roster can always be counted on to be rock solid time and time again. Queen of Bees, daughter of Flatter, part of that roster. And always in search of the next great stallion. They just have Catholic Boy lined up when he concludes his career. Horse who at first, though, didn't generate a whole lot of interest. Well, he has stood the test of time as Claiborne's oldest stallion.
He's the best. He's not the hard. Started out 5,000. I think Bernie was doing deals on him for 2-for-1s, even doing deals down to 2,500 just to try and get him going. He's done it the hard way. You know, he had West Coast 3-year-old champion. He's really raised to the top of the stallion ranks. He stands for 40,000 now, and you know, he's getting a little up there in age. If he wasn't so old, he would stand for more. But we breed him to a limited book. We're trying to increase his longevity, but he's really been a great asset to the farm.
He's very good to be around. He's got very good personality. He's the oldest horse down here. He's 20 years old now, and spoiled pretty bad. He loves his peppermints. You feed him one, then he'll start pawing the ground for more, and he'll keep doing that until you have to walk away. He's you know, started out slow, but now he went from $5,000 all the way up to $40,000 stud fee. He's just an easy-going horse, probably one of the easiest going horses down here. He's been around here for a long time, so he's settled in real good.
Getting up there in age, but wow, he is still producing. He produced 6 juvenile stakes winners back in 2018. He was one of the leading sires of 2-year-olds still at his advanced age.
Oh, he's a terrific sire, absolutely. I mean, to be standing for that much, the age just shows. That's just a remarks on how well he's done.
Well, he's just improved each you know, step, and it seemed like his horses were sprinters at one time, but they now can run on everything.
We're getting set for this 4th race coming up. We've talked about a potential star in the making in the 5-horse highest honors. Let's get more in this field with the MIG.
Thanks, Greg. And this is a loaded maiden race. This is one of those maiden races you look forward to because I think we're going to see future stakes performers come out of this kind of race. The 5 highest honors, talked with trainer Chad Brown, and he said this was one of his best prospects as a 2-year-old. Had him ready to run. Unfortunately, had a minor injury. They had to give him time, and he said he came back great. He loved everything he saw from him training up to his debut at Keeneland. And if you go back and watch that replay, he should have won by open lengths. He just was very unlucky, got put in very tight. He said he bounced out of that race in good order, no worse for the wear. And I can tell you this, guys, this is a lot of horse. This is a big, long, scopy son of Tappet, and I think he's going to appreciate stretching out to the mile and the 16th and certainly beyond. Jimmy Jerkins has got a pair in here. We'll talk about the 2 first. Meet Me in L.A. This horse is absolutely the picture of health. If you want to see what a healthy horse is supposed to look like, this horse is so dappled out. He's got such an incredibly hydrated look. There's a sheen and a texture to his coat that you only see when a horse is absolutely at their peak. His dapples have dapples. I mean, he could not look any better. He's the kind of guy that kicks sand on the beach of the other guys when he walks by them on their blanket. And then the 1 horse, adding blinkers for Jimmy Jerkins, the 1 Sky Riding. Asked Jimmy why he put
put the blinkers on because this horse has shown good speed. And he says he just feels like he hasn't really bore down and focused. Much different type of horse than his uncoupled stablemate, the two Meet Me in LA. Skywriting's much narrower, leaner kind of horse. But this is a really good-looking maiden race, and I think we might see something special from the 5 highest honors, Greg.
And the board is telling us that at 1-9 here for the stretch out and start number 2 for that horse right there, who there are high expectations for.
Maybe we can show that Keeneland race and show what we're talking about. This horse's trouble. Jose Ortiz, the rail was good that day, tried to go to the inside. Tyler Gaffalione is riding the horse in blues, tiring, and he comes over and he badly sort of interferes with this horse, forcing the rail. He has to steady while the eventual winner's in full flight. Extracts himself from that situation, but you're going to notice coming to the 16th pole, Jose says, all right, I got to get off the fence. The horse in front starts to drift over. Jose gets to the outside, and my gosh, did this horse take off.
Yeah, I mean, he's by this horse like within a couple jumps and about 5 lengths by him, and he's not bred to really do this. And Jose took a shot at going up the rail, biggest type of horse, but I don't think he's going to take many chances today.
That was 6.5 furlongs at Keeneland. This is a mile and a 16th. It's a one-turn race, an extra quarter mile. It's bred to go all day. He's a good horse.
Pick 6 begins here, and it looks like a single on about 99.9% of the tickets coming up as we'll start our post parade off with Skywriting, blinkers on for Jimmy Jerkins.
He's had his chances, and to be fair, he hasn't run badly in his races, but there are too many here and here that have significant upside.
Son of Kentucky Derby winner, Super Saver. Meet Me in LA, another Jimmy Jerkins runner.
This is the other horse to me that you could play for maybe second. I thought was an okay effort. Had some trouble first time out at 30-1.
Tom Morley sends out Tony Small for Donegal Racing. John Velasquez rides.
This horse should not be dismissed. His races are very good, especially his debut, which is his only fast track race.
Tough Times is at 16-1 for Mark Hennig, who we heard from earlier with Bourbon War. We're going to see in the Belmont Stakes.
This has been bet twice in 2 starts, and this is another son to tap it, but really needs to improve here.
And the heavy favorite, highest honors, is today the day, and start number 2 for him.
Let's see if he delivers to the hype, but this is a horse that looks like he has enormous potential.
And 33-1 shot on the outside for Nick Zito, son of Street Sense, Sneeds.
Not very often do you see Toby Keith bring a horse over here. This one, yeah, for him, Dream Walking Farms, big long shot at 33-1.
All right, let's look at the 2 here, and this horse's debut, Son of Awesome again. It came right here at Belmont at 7 furlongs in late April.
And let's watch the break right away because immediately he gets left. This was an extremely tough field he's in. When he throws it there, you can roll it. He breaks about 3/4 of a length to a length slow, but when that happens, they tend to drop back even farther and end up compromising themselves. He's back in last. And what I liked was that he's able to take himself into the race under no urging by the rider. He just gets right up in there. He isn't discouraged, doesn't drop back any further. And this was a very strong field. Now, right in here, he's running up on horses, and you almost can see Manny Franco going, okay, let's sort of take him back a little bit because he's going a little faster than he wants to go. The 4th place finisher in here was a horse named Fullness of Time. He just came back and won a maiden race a few minutes ago at Monmouth Park against a pretty good field. The first 3 finishers here are all good. This was a strong race. This horse had trouble, and the horse in front of him in orange right now, who's actually ends up getting ease, but he's running back in tomorrow's first race, so he's okay. You're going to see that horse in orange as the number 4, Meet Me in LA, who's the 2 today. As he's starting to really come running into the stretch, you're going to see that one horse in orange is going to duck out sharply and badly interfere with him right about now. And the interesting thing is, watch that, bang, takes him almost out of the race, right?
Reminding me of the Kentucky Derby.
And it's impressive. Yeah, yes, that's a good point. Not quite maximum security. What's impressive is Meet Me in LA was undeterred. I mean, he got back on he just got back on it, and he finished 4th. And finishing 4th in this race was quite an achievement to begin with. And when you consider the break and that trouble in his debut, this is a good horse. He's going to improve today.
All right, 8-1 on a potential upsetter here. Of course, the race goes through our 1-5 favorite, but maybe a horse to use underneath, or if you're brave, maybe take for a win bet. Inside of Meet Me in LA is stablemate, both trained by Jimmy Jerkins, and that is Skywriting. He's going to be making his 4th career start here, and he'll put an equipment change of blinkers on today.
He'll be second if nobody else runs behind the favorite in here. I think between Meet Me LA and Tony Small, there's some other better horses, but he's run fine his races.
No, he's run 3 good races. It's just, is he fast enough? And are you projecting these other horses aren't going to improve, where at this age, usually they do. And we've sort of seen, so far, we've seen from the 1, and obviously the buzz on the 5, after we just showed you the replay of the 2, Meet Me in LA. That, I mean, to me, that's the other horse. I also thought Tough Times is a horse that, you know, the 1 and the 4 are very similar to me, and the reason why is they've both been bet, and they both sort of just ran the same race and haven't really much improved.
I just feel like Meet Me in LA is definitely going to improve, and Tony Small can improve in here. You know, I wonder if the connections Donegal Racing wanted Tom Morley to bring this horse to Churchill to run him on Derby weekend, because he ran on Derby Day at Churchill, caught that sloppy track. He's back where Tom's main base is in New York, and listen, he could run 3rd or 4th in this race and still be a very good horse. But I think Tony Small is a horse that has real potential.
And Maggie Wolfendale is up here. Of course, her husband trains this horse, and I think she's trying to tell you, yes, they did want that.
Yeah.
I'm never wrong. I didn't have to look at Maggie. Come on.
He ran a bang.
You've worked with me long enough.
He ran for a bang-up race at Fairgrounds first time out from a 12-hole. He really did. So he has.
I think he lost to a Tappet in there. I think the horse that beat him in his debut was a Tappet. What do you think? Tappet Wise?
Yeah, Tappet Wise.
It's a guess.
This is the one everyone's looking at, though. All eyes on Highest Honors. 1 to 5 on the board. He's going to appreciate that extra ground with a clean trip. Could be quick work of this field if he lives up to what everyone thinks of him.
I think if you ask Chad Brown what race he wants to win in life the most, it would probably be the Travers at this point, having grown up near Saratoga. And, you know, he's always going to look at his 3-year-olds and say, who could my Travers horses be? And of course, right now he had Knowing the Derby, Network Effect, who was his main horse in the trail, got, you know, had a setback, and hopefully he'll see him soon. This is the kind of horse that if everything goes right, I mean, it's 3 months of the Travers and he's still a maiden, but if everything goes right, we could see him in the Travers.
Some catching up to do.
Yeah, he's going to have some catch up to do, but he could be something special. You never know. His first race was pretty good. And, like, I don't see him far off the pace. He was right on a 110 flat pace going 6 furlongs last time at Keeneland, stuck on the rail with a handful. Like, he's got some tactical speed. I don't think he's going to be that far off the pace.
Oh, I agree with you. He could be in front if he wanted to be.
Yeah.
With more on the favorite, still 1 to 5 on the board. Let's go downstairs to Richie.
I agree with both Paul and Andy. The favorite Highest Honors, he's going to show speed, and I think he'll do it effortlessly. He's a horse with a big, long, rangy stride. Thing that impressed me about this horse, guys, there's a lot of horses that have ability, but what makes a really good horse is the mental capacity to handle things. And this guy is one cool dude. He left the pony with Jose Ortiz. He galloped over to the backstretch, very kind. He didn't get rank or pull too much. He's all horse, make no mistake. And he lets you know that he's strong and he's there. But he's very, very smart, very reasonable, and has a terrific mind on him. And to me, that's always what makes a good horse. A lot of horses have ability. It's how they use that ability. And I'm just very impressed with Highest Honors' demeanor. I'm really hoping to see something special here. The 3-horse Tony Small, a horse that Andy's been talking about, I like what I see from this guy. He's not real large. Got a nice warm-up under Johnny Velasquez, and I think he's going to appreciate the 1-turn mile in the 16th. I think it's going to give him a little more opportunity to get in a better rhythm. So it's just a real good maiden race, guys. Let's sit back and enjoy this one.
There's Tony Small and those green and yellow blocks of Donegal Racing.
He's run 2 bang-up races, Greg. I mean, his race first time out from the 12-legged sit from Fairgrounds, then he went to Churchill Downs, stretched to a mile and 8, so his cutback's going to help him. And that was a good 4th. It was. I mean, he's run 2 good races.
You know, this is an unusual race, and we're talking a lot about Highest Honors, and the way we're talking about it, we'll get him beaten. But, you know, obviously it's 1 to 5. The whole world sees what we see. But I don't think people should just disregard the horses behind him.
I'm with you.
There are other, there may be, he might win this race by 5 lengths, and there's still horses behind him that are going to be in stakes at some point going forward. I think both Meet Me in LA and Tony Small are the kind of horses we could see in some good races going forward.
Yeah, Tony Small, look, you look at that second start and you say, well, did he move forward? May have not liked that sloppy track at Churchill Downs.
Yeah.
Now he gets back on fast going again. Gets Belmont for the first time, so we'll see. He flashed a lot of talent in that debut.
You know what I liked about it? He was right on top of the pace, and he just never really stopped running. And watching that race, I thought it was a very, very game effort. I believe he was entered here, maybe even as an MTO earlier in the meet, and I'd seen him before they asked him, obviously, to go down to Churchill Downs.
So getting close for a start. He's got a lot to live up to, the way we've been talking about him, the way he's getting bet on the board. Everybody seems to know this horse is expected to be special. Highest Honors, the 5-horse, Gray Son of Tappet.
Yeah, and he's buried in the pick threes. The pick three to him is $9. Next lowest is the 3, $72. So he's getting bet like a 1 to 5 shot in the multi-exotics too.
Now all he has to do is run like a 1 to 5 shot.
Yes, and you brought up the race, and it is, you would think most people say, what race do they want to win most? It's the Kentucky Derby, but for Chad Brown, it is the Travers, having grown up in Mechanicville, just right outside of Saratoga Springs, desperately wants to win that race, and that could just be a phenomenal rendition of that race this summer in August at Saratoga.
Well, you know, so many people point to Travers even after the Derby. You know, look at Game Winner. His connections are not going to run the Belmont, a race he'd be one of the choices in, and they're pointing towards the Travers and a lot to happen. And I really hope that Maximum Security's connections sort of move on for their sake, but for everybody. Obviously, we want to see him in Saratoga. We want to see him at NYRA. But I think racing needs to see that horse square off in important races against these horses and let him show on the racetrack once again that he is the best horse.
Pointing right now toward the Haskell.
Yeah, well, Game Winner and Maximum Security both owned by the same home, you know, the West, so they don't want to run against each other, which I get that, but I'm with Andy. You know, put up or shut up.
Highest Honors, 1 to 5 on the board. Second time out. Can the Son of Tappet live up to billing here? We're about to find out. Potential star in the making. There he is. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown for the call, Larry Collmus.
And Highest Honors has taken his spot at the starting gate. Here's Sneeds up to the outside stall who goes in, and they're all in line. They're off. Good clean beginning here. It's going to be Sky Riding on the inside, who's going to be sent out of there to take the lead. Tony Small is away with him. And then it's Highest Honors, who sits just outside the top 2, third early on. Meet Me in LA is fourth on the inside of Tough Times up the backstretch. And Sneeds is last. Sky Riding up top. On top by a length over Tony Small in second. And now coming through on the inside is Meet Me in LA to grab third from Highest Honors, who's back running in fourth now. 4 from the front after a first quarter mile in 23.18 seconds. And then it's Tough Times, who's reined back 6.5 lengths from the pace. And the trailer is Sneeds as they continue their journey toward the far turn. And Dylan Davis and Sky Riding kick on here to lead by 2.5. Tony Small on the outside. Meet Me in LA is third at the rail. Highest Honors continues to cruise along here, and now he's coming up on the outside, taking third, and about to challenge for and take second on the far turn. After that, it's Tough Times, who's beginning to move up as well. 4.5 lengths off the lead. Sneeds trails the field. 46.54 was that half. And Highest Honors has made his way up alongside and by Sky Riding, and has now opened up a 2-length lead as they come toward the quarter pole. Meet Me in LA grabs second on the outside. Sky Riding back to third. Then Tough Times, and they're into the stretch. And it is Jose Ortiz and Highest Honors coming to the 8th pole under a vigorous hand ride here, a 2-length lead. Meet Me in LA trying to make a race of it on the outside. He's getting closer. These two well clear the others. Highest Honor holding on as they come down to the wire. And Highest Honors is going to do it here by a length and a half over Meet Me in LA. And then it was Tough Times and Sky Riding.
Highest Honors. It felt like Jose Ortiz knew he was on the best horse, rode it like it.
He did, and he was very impressive in victory, but Meet Me in LA was very impressive in defeat. And I mean, Meet Me in LA might have found the only maiden race in a mile and a 16th on the planet Earth on the dirt that he could have lost today, because he ran giant.
He might have run a high upper 80 buyer and lost.
Oh, these are both very good horses.
Yeah, they were 10 lengths clear, and it's like, listen, the 5-horse was loaded the whole way, and Watch the 2 is actually gaining ground on him late. Not a ton of ground, but these two horses are sprinting away from this group. These are two nice horses.
They were way ahead of the rest of the field, and you know, Highest Honor is a very smooth way of going. Just the way he cruised around these horses on the turn and got the lead, but nice ride by Jose Lozcano, sitting chilly on the inside with the number 2 horse, Meet Me in LA, and he came to him. And Jose, I think, was surprised. I think Jose probably thought at the top of the stretch, I'm going to win by so much. No work here. And he went, What's that behind me?
Wow, that horse kept coming, no?
Oh, that horse, these are, I'll tell you what, they will meet in a stake later this year, these two.
Yeah, both these horses are stake horses.
Yeah, that'll be something.
First of all, the 2's going to be 1-5 the next time he runs in a maiden race.
So there's your runner-up, but we expect to hear from this one. Bigger and better things down the road, but had to go against this guy today, which made things difficult, but he was getting to him in an impressive runner-up effort. But highest honors, he did just kind of look flawless moving by everybody,
He
didn't
really, you know, just had a way of going where he just sort of picked it up so quickly. He did glide by him, and I'm sure that Chad is happy. And I think you gotta, look back on this race, and he may be thinking, I thought he'd win more easily. When he ran it. These are very talented 3-year-olds.
I think the connections might think, and then they're going to go back. And when Meet Me in LA wins his maiden special weight by 8 lengths next time, they're going to go, okay, we beat a pretty good horse. Because, like I said, Meet Me in LA is going to be 1-5 in his next race.
So highest honors, graduation day for him as he collects the first victory of his career, and now on to bigger and better things and maybe goals as lofty as the Travers this summer.
I imagine Jimmy Jerkins is hoping to get Meet Me in LA there as well.
True.
Why shouldn't he?
Well, yeah. And
first
listen,
thing, baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps, but
It's a big step here. This is the best losing performance we've seen in a race in a while.
And here's the whole thing: is
second best, not losing.
Yeah, and like you said, like now he's going to go into maiden special weight, and he's going to win for fun, and he'll get even more experience. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be very interesting.
Highest honors with a maiden score here on the stretch out, and the move to Belmont, able to hold off the hard-charging Meet Me in LA. We're going to take a break. Maggie Wolfendale will step in for me when we take a quick timeout. We'll be back.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans for this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliore here in the winner's circle with winning rider Jose Ortiz. Jose, highest honors, just does things so easy. He's got such a big, lovely stride. I was a little worried that maybe you hit the front a little early, but he looked like he was doing it easy.
Yeah, he was doing it very easy. When he switched to the left lead by the turn, he got going, and he's a big colt, like you see. I just don't want to get on his way, you know. I knew he was doing comfortably, and as long as he was comfortable, I was comfortable with him, you know.
Well, you're riding with so much confidence, and that's the key to it, letting horses do what they do, use their stride. Now, the runner-up, Meet Me in L.A., really made a good run at you, and you kind of blocked him in a little bit before you turned from him. Were you surprised he made that second run at you?
A little bit, yeah. I thought when I left him by the going near the quarter pole, I was going to draw by, and then he came back. But when I hit my horse, he responded really well, and the last 16, I hit a left hand, and he gave me another gear. And I'm glad that he came back to me, so my horse kept getting better, maturing, racing-wise, and I mean, I think my horse is gonna be a stake horse.
Well, I like the way you smiled and said that. I could see you have a lot of confidence in him. Could this potentially wind up being your Travers horse?
Probably. I mean, a lot of things can happen. It's early. He probably have to run 1 or 2 before the Travers, and Obviously, next week I ride Tacitus on the Belmont Stakes, so let's see what happened there, and then we go from there, you know.
Well, you got the hot touch with the Tappet Colts. Now, later on today, you ride Social Paranoia in the Panine Ridge. This is a horse you've never ridden before. Have you had an opportunity to get familiar with him?
Yes, I actually worked him last week, and he worked really well.
Now, your horse has a little bit of speed, a little bit of pace, as well as Todd's other horse, Clint Maroon. How do you approach that with horses from the same stable?
We just play the break, and whoever breaks better the first couple of jumps, I guess is going to go to the lead. But just don't get into a speed duel with your teammate, stablemate, but it is what it is. I think, like I say, whoever breaks better, we have the lead.
Jose, great job here. Best of luck later on today.
Thank you, Richie. I appreciate it.
Guys, I had Irad last race, Jose this race. They spent a lot of time in the winner's circle.
Mig, that they do, and Jose going to be aboard another son of Tappet next weekend as he's aboard Tacitus for Belmont, pointing to the Belmont Stakes. Well, we have the prices in. They're not very big here. 1 to 5 on highest honors returns to 260. Guys, this part of the pick six, pretty much everybody single.
Yeah, I'm thinking
so, yeah.
a pretty heavy single there, but that was really a fun race, and
it really was.
It's just good to see good horses running around the track, and not always in stake races.
And you have to think the 1-2 finishers, possible stakes in their future.
Definitely.
As we'll take a look at race number 5, maiden claimer for the fillies and mares on the turf course, 6 furlongs inner turf course, 40,000, and Shannon's Girl, your current favorite. Paulie, did you see any prices here that you could delve into, or any prices in your pick 5 ticket?
Well, when you look at this race, Teletype and Shannon's Girl are the horses on the outside that people like. I get it, but I thought this race was a lot tougher than that. So I'm going to go 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 to start out the late pick 5. Again, I am going to take a little bit of a shot in race number 8. 2, 3, 7, 9. Race number 7, 1, 2, and 6. Reed Can. That's another horse you might single, because if that Ridgeland gets back to some of his races, he could destroy that field. I'm taking my shot with value proposition. I get it. He was green first time, but he was so darn impressive. He's going to have to move forward. That is a tough field, but you got to single somewhere. And then the last race, I wish I could use the 6. I wish I could use the 8.
You got to use the 6.
And Mazzabella is probably my other horse in there. I used 5, 7. I like Sadie Lady a little bit. $60. I don't want to spend too much money for the public, but it's a tough sequence. Even if the Chad Brown horse wins, I think it's still going to pay.
It is, and you would have to think DeMarchelier is going to be a fairly big price in that.
DeMarchelier may be a forgotten horse in that race.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how they do bet that race. It's tough to know right now. They will.
All right. Well, we will have a special guest joining us after the break. It's not her, although Riding with Rosie is coming up next. See how she works with these off-track thoroughbreds. But another guy coming up on set, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Rick Schosberg joins us on America's Day at the Races.
Not since Danzig has a stallion seen this much early success. He's not just setting records, he's making history. The best started stud ever. Uncle Mo, the momentum continues.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
I started racing when I was very young. I had the opportunity to ride for the most prominent trainers and the most prestigious races. Really just kind of like a storybook. It's really cool to see how the off-track thoroughbred industry has evolved. There are so many horses in the thoroughbred industry, and once a horse is not fit for racing anymore, whether it's just not competitive, or if the horse has an injury, or if the horse is basically aged out of racing, they need an outlet because they can't, you know, we can't all keep all the horses. So there's a large array of things that I can do with them, and there's a large array of things that they can do. I got to live the best, the absolute best of racing. What I can do now is give the horses the absolute best after racing.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. You were just checking out Riding with Rosie. The work she does with off-track thoroughbreds is just incredible. It's great to see her transition from farm life and parenthood from what she was as a fierce jockey. But pleased to be joined now by multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Rick Schosberg. He's also the 9th at the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association chairman for the aftercare. So Rick, welcome. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all you do for horses after they are done with their racing careers.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. And you know, it's a team effort with NYRA and our aftercare committee and our Take the Lead initiative. And to go all the way back to its beginnings, Rick Violet was the architect of the whole plan. And I had just come on the board in 2011 when he and Andy Belfiore were working on the structure of a modern day aftercare program, as aftercare was really getting out of its infancy and really into the spotlight, with the TAA and other jurisdictions having aftercare programs. And Rick asked me to chair the aftercare committee, and I was absolutely thrilled to be able to chair that committee and not the Workmen's Compensation Committee.
I don't blame you there.
But,
envious whoever has to head that.
But aftercare it's always been in part of my life. I mean, I grew up on a breeding farm, and we had retired racehorses, retired brood mares. I have a place on Long Island that has a few acres, and the reason Dawn and I bought that place was to retire a couple old racehorses. One happens to be one of my Grade 1 Stakes winners, as indicated.
Yeah.
Stayed with me, and he was
Pimlico
a trail
Special.
horse. Pimlico Special.
Yeah.
And
What a horse he was.
five other stake races at
Yeah.
Aqueduct. But so I had those guys on the farm for about 8 years. They ended up doing some therapy work down in Kentucky, and so it was a nice blend for me. And we started the Take the Lead program, and I can explain that. You know,
I was just going to say, the Take the Lead program, it's more of a facilitation that you liaise between trainers and owners with the aftercare programs.
Exactly. We simplify the process of retiring racehorses for the horsemen. We make it so that it's a text message to me or Andy, or an email or a phone call. And when I'm done training in the morning, that's when I make my rounds. And I've been to your barn a few times. And what we'll do is we'll gather up all the paperwork. We'll do a comprehensive vet exam on the horse. We'll gather up the vet records, the X-rays, the ultrasounds, the post-op reports, if there are any.
Right.
I'll take pictures, I'll take videos, and then I'll get in touch with our aftercare partners, which are TAA accredited facilities and organizations in the region, and they will look for availability with a horse of that specific profile. So all the trainer has to do is just sign a piece of paper, or the owner has to sign a piece of paper, and we'll take care of the rest. And then we'll arrange the transportation. We pay for the transportation. We see to it that funds go with that horse to the aftercare facility, whether it be New Vocations or Rerun or Aikendale or Old Friends or TRF. And so we really take responsibility for the horse right away, and we're approaching 500 horses right now.
Wow.
If a horse is capable of having a second career, why are thoroughbreds just in my opinion, very, very biased here, the best choice.
Well, there's no doubt about it that thoroughbreds from the time they're born are learning through processes at level after level after level, whether it's, obviously being weaned from their mothers and then learning a hierarchy out with the weanlings in the fields, then the breaking process. And not that other horses don't do this, but then you got to learn to have a rider on your back, and you're on this giant oval with other horses at the training centers going different directions, and then there's that big blue or green monster called the starting gate that they have to learn and how to walk in and be calm and collected, and then learn how to break. And then all that goes on in a race, you try and mimic that in their training. So once they've learned, thoroughbreds have learned so much along the way that once they reach their retirement, and what we try and do, and the whole onus behind the aftercare is rehabilitation, should they need physical rehabilitation or mental rehabilitation, like some of us trainers need.
Analysts as well.
And analysts, especially you. No offense.
Correct.
Taken.
None offense taken.
So it's rehabilitation, retraining, rehoming, and then a second career. So once they get the retraining part, so they take it back a level, but they've already learned to learn, if you will. Okay, it's like when you go to college.
Yeah.
You learned in high school, but you go to college, you learn how to learn. Okay, so they've already known how to. So they're learning how to learn a second career, and it can be hunter jumpers. Like our one of the second phase of our program is called Take Two, and that's a hunter jumper league for thoroughbreds only, and it's across the country with 350 different shows that we paired up with.
We can't let you leave without talking about one of our favorite horses of all time, who's at Old Friends. In fact, you mentioned a Firm Success, one of the most popular New York breds, or horses in general, to run in New York over the last 20, 25 years.
Yeah, he's an amazing horse, and I was just with him. As a matter of fact, our Take Two, Take the Lead program was the recipient of an award from the TCA, so it got me down to Lexington to see him, and I hadn't seen him in so long, and he's 25 years old, and he looks incredible. Here's a horse, it probably set a record for number of triple-digit Beyer
38
figures.
of 42 races, he ran a triple-digit Beyer. He also ran the Travers, which I think a lot of people wouldn't remember.
He ran in the Travers because, yes, here he is. I guess this is Richie winning the Carter.
He was so good he won a Grade 1 with Richie. I mean, that's incredible.
At 8 years old.
Yes,
amazing. At 8 years old, and he won a Grade 3 at 9 because I think he was third or fourth in the Carter, but then he won the Toboggan when we finally retired him when he was 9. But what an amazing horse. He ran in 4 different Breeders' Cups in 2 different divisions, the Sprint division, the Mile division on the
Turf-graded stakes. What a horse.
He really is. And when I was down there at Old Friends, Michael was giving me the tour, and he was out there laying out in the sun, and I yelled to him, and he picked his head up and came galloping over. Michael wants to have a race named a race with the conditions for 20-year-olds and up that haven't won a race in like 17 years, and he said he would probably go 108 flat.
You better run that one at Old Friends.
We might have to run that at Old Friends, but it's and again, the aftercare is so important with organizations like Old Friends for the famous sanctuary horses, and not the infamous ones like Zippy Chippy also.
Yeah.
But what we're trying to do with the Take the Lead program is to get them so that they can have second careers, and we're trying to get the onus and the emphasis on the trainers that we're here for you. Let's retire the horse one race early. Okay, we're here for that one workout early. If you think there may be an issue coming up, call me. Within 3 or 4 days, I can have that horse in an aftercare facility, safe haven, getting rehabilitation. We had the state legislators up at Rerun last week looking at what we do when we talk about aftercare.
Yeah.
We showed them the rehabilitation process, and we had some demonstrations also for hunters and jumpers for ex-race horses.
Great
it was
stuff.
amazing.
Really good to get them on board as well as you're checking out a post parade here for race number 5. But I want to check in with the man we were just watching on a Firm Success's bag. That's Richard Migliore. Mig, you had the honor of riding this great multiple Grade 1 winning horse in the latter half of his career.
Yeah, Maggie, I was so appreciative of the opportunity from Rick Schosberg and the owner, Al Fried, to ride this horse that was just such a mainstay in New York, a horse that I respected and admired, chased around the track quite a few times. And as he got older, he changed a little bit. He kind of lost a little bit of his speed, but as he showed in the Carter, he was able to come from off the pace, take kickback, come up the inside. really good horses find ways to win, and Affirmed Success was incredible on any surface up to a mile. He was going to be tough to beat, Maggie.
Oh, that's great insight too. And Rick, you know, it's incredible to keep a horse going at that level at his age. I mean, he was just so special.
Yeah, and exactly. I take no credit for that. Absolutely. But what we did do with him is we gave him a little bit, you know, we gave him the time off that he needed when it was time. And he would he was an easy horse to train because he was just that talented. You didn't have to overdo it. That being said, he worked fast because he could.
Yeah.
Now my horses don't work fast because they can't. but actually it's weird now. The slower my horses are working, the better they're running. I think maybe I'm figuring this training thing out.
You're getting back. You know, it's funny with the Ogden Phipps coming up this weekend, a race that used to be known as the Hempstead. You run one of the great runnings of my lifetime of that race with a long shot named Mossflower.
Yes,
an incredible performance.
Mossflower, and this was during the Affirmed Success years, and Mossflower was also by Affirmed.
Oh, yeah.
We had 1 year where
you were the guy who had the good Affirms.
We rejuvenated the Wilson breeding. We had another horse, and the name escapes me, but for Ken Ramsey, he said, I have a horse by Affirmed. Let's see what you can do. And he ended up winning a stake that year, too.
Oh, wow.
So we had 3 stake winners for Affirmed, and at that time, Affirmed had been forgotten, all but forgotten. We put him back on the map. But Mossflower was an incredible mare owned by the Orstroms, which is an old racing family from Virginia. And she was just incredible. She, like Affirmed Success, in her first start, she basically ran over the field and gradually stretched out like we did with Affirmed Success, 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs a mile. And we ran her in the Hempstead.
It's a loaded field.
And it was a good,
was
solid,
Jewel Princess in there
and
still?
it was all the best East Coast mares.
Right.
And she was able to relax. She was a filly that didn't need the lead. She could stalk if it was slow, and if it was fast, she could be 15 back. And it was a concentrated group, but with a lot of speed in it. And she was, I want to say, I don't have the chart.
I think she won
12.
by 12, was it?
Yeah, I think she won by 12.
A 111 buyer or something.
She ran a mile and a 16th on this track and won 39 and 1. She
wow.
broke 139 and change.
It was
sensational.
It was one of the more memorable performances
It
of
was
all
a
time.
terrific race.
Yeah.
Robbie Davis rode her for us. Jerry Bailey picked up the mount for one race before the Hempstead because Robbie had broken his leg or sprained an ankle or something. And then for the Hempstead, the Orstrom said, you know, I love Jerry Bailey and he's a great rider, but put Robbie back on. He didn't do anything wrong to get off the horse.
Yeah.
So Robbie rode for us in the Hempstead, and she just took off.
Yeah, she was incredible.
Amazing.
That day.
And she was a good mare on the turf, too. She was a little overmatched. We ran in the Flower Bowl. She was third, I believe. We ran her in the Breeders' Cup. She came from dead last, got beat 4 lengths in the Breeders' Cup filly mare turf, but was never the same after that. And then she went on to be a brood mare, and I think she ended up having a good steeplechase horse.
Ah, very nice.
For the Orstroms, but never panned out as a brood mare on the flats.
Well, Rick, we appreciate you reminiscing. It was great to recant these memories and obviously what you do for the aftercare here in New York. We're going to put you to the test, though, to handicap the 5th race. But first, we have to check in with Richard Migliore, who's standing by trackside. Mig, what have you seen from these horses physically and out on the track?
Maggie, to me, there's just one absolute standout in the post parade, and that is number 8, Teletype. I mean, she's a big, solid filly, carries some good weight on her. I think because of the weight she carries, she probably needed her first run in May 18th back here at Belmont, and I just think she's going to take a giant step forward. I love what I see from her in the post parade. I think the outside post allows her to get in the race the right way, gets a big rider switch to Jose Ortiz, and I think it's all about Teletype here, Maggie.
It was.
Thanks, Meg. And yes, Teletype coming second back off a layoff. Maybe she needed that last race.
Listen, it was a much tougher field, and maybe she needed the race. She's good enough to win in here. I found this to be a very tricky race, Rick. My only opinion here, I don't like the 6 Get Mother a Rose.
Really?
Yeah.
And that's the one I picked, of course.
Probably a good choice because I don't like her or just in general?
Yeah, well, you know, Mr. Clear Stars would say if Andy likes us, scratch.
They complain all the time to me.
I know,
I don't pick them.
But you're doing wonderful work. Wonderful work. You're promoting.
It's too late.
You're promoting the cause. I do like the 6 horse. She's got natural speed in here. Now it's hard to go against Billy Mott. coming off,
the 8 teletype.
Yeah, she has one race off the layoff. She got a lot out of that race. She got beat 3 lengths. And that was actually her first time with Lasix. So I think she's a major move forward there. Nothing against her prior jock, but a move to Jose Ortiz is a move forward. It's hard to go against the 8, but I'm going to go with Tommy Bush in here on Get the Mother
What
a Rose.
about the 3 Isabel's Joy? This is the kind of horse that Maggie and I might go to. One that really was in way over her head and in a tough trip in her only turf race last fall.
Not only that, she's caught mud and she's caught really, really soft turf.
Right.
So she's almost like a first-time starter in a maiden claimer. So you might want to throw her in as a flyer, I would think.
The thing I thought about her, just going back to my notes, obviously I can't see her out there, is that I just thought she might want more ground. And 6 furlongs seemed as though it was on the shorter side for her, but she could come back, get some class relief here.
You don't see a lot of Kitten's Joys going shorter, but Bobby's Kitten was a Kitten's Joy. Of course, he won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Yep. So maybe Phil's bringing her back to the race. I thought Shannon's Girl would run better in here for Rudy Rodriguez as she drops into a maiden claiming race for the first time. Believe it or not, Rudy actually has a very good record with sprinters, turf sprinters, going from maiden special weight to maiden claimers. You don't think of Rudy Rodriguez as necessarily a turf or turf sprint trainer.
No, because usually his numbers aren't that good. I mean, with his claiming horses, they aren't. But in this type of situation,
I think he's 4 for 8 with that move with the maiden special. Just limited sample, but a lot of wins. And she too faced better horses. The race we were talking about where Isabel's Joy ran, she finished second in that race.
Now, we didn't necessarily see it earlier today in the second race, but is there any chance that possibly going the 6 furlongs on this inner turf course, if Get Mother a Rose gets to the lead, does she take them gate to wire?
Well, I mean, if she's going to win, that's probably what she's going to do. It's hard to know. Sometimes it's funny with the inner turf course. And, Rick, you should opine this. I feel like the route races, even though you're right, the second race, but maybe the second race, the best horse just won. The mile and 16th and mile and 8th races are very favorable to speed horses because we often see very slow paces. Right. I don't know that transfers as much to the sprints.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about that Hempstead with Mossflower. I looked it up. Agena was in there for Belmont.
She won the Breeders' Cup. She won the Breeders' Cup Distaff
and
the year
the
before,
McGahee horse you were thinking of, Glitter Woman.
Glitter Woman.
Oh, yeah. Well, she was the heavy favorite in the Kentucky Oaks, actually, and she was beaten by KD, Blushing KD.
Yes.
In the Kentucky Oaks, Glitter Woman.
She had a huge great memories.
Well, she had a huge run down in Florida in the 90s.
Dixie Flag was in there, too.
Yeah, for the Chief.
Yep.
Yep, exactly.
And she did. Mossflower came from like 12 back and won by 12.
8 to 1?
She was 4 to 1,
actually
4.5 to 1.
Yeah.
Well, they're just about loaded for today's 5th race. We'll throw it up to the voice of the Triple Crown, Larry Collmus, for the call.
Last few runners to come up to line here. Get Mother a Rose. Moving into the starting gate will be followed by Shannon's Girl and Teletype. Shannon's Girl stepping forward, and Teletype will take her position in the outside stall and complete the field here. 2 to 1 co-favorite along with Get Mother a Rose is Teletype, who's just a bit hesitant to take her position in the starting gate here, but now steps forward and is backed out once again. Who's in there this time? Gates closed, ready for the start. They're off. Teletype came out very fast from that far outside post. Get Mother a Rose away running in second. Tis Her Way is third as Teletype clears up front. And then it's Shannon's Girl in fourth, racing 4.5 lengths from the leaders. And then Isabel's Joy, Jasmine-esque, and the trailer is Bellamy Nose. So Teletype leads the pack into the far turn on top, 1.5 lengths to Get Mother a Rose second. For first quarter mile is in 22.35 seconds. Tis Her Way is third, 4 from the front, and Shannon's Girl on the outside. Jasmine-esque is following them in fifth, some 7 lengths off the lead, and alongside of Isabel's Joy, Bellamy Nose is last. Get Mother a Rose is getting closer to Teletype now. The lead is down to about 1 length as they make their way to the top of the stretch, and they're 5 clear of Shannon's Girl and Tis Her Way, 45.28 the half. They're into the stretch, and Get Mother a Rose is drawn up alongside of Teletype. Get Mother a Rose by a neck, Teletype second, trying to battle on, and it's a long way back to the others as they come down to the last 16th. It's Get Mother a Rose from Teletype into third, Jasmine-esque inside of Shannon's Girl. onto the line. It's Get Mother a Rose to do it. And then it was Teletype, followed by Jasmine-esque and Shannon's Girl.
Well, she didn't do it quite the way we thought, but Rick's pick in here, Get Mother a Rose. She came victorious from a stalking position.
Yeah, and you could see that Javier Castellano had a lot of horse with her, and she was lugging in a bit on him in the stretch, and he had to straighten her out. Don't want to interfere with the number 8 horse, Teletype, she was going by. And Rick, you found out very quickly that good formula of bet on horses that I don't like.
Well, like you said, it was very interesting that Jose went ahead and jumped right out of the gate with the 8 horse, and if it wasn't for the 6 horse being in position and maybe having a little more bottom, the 8 horse might have taken him wire to wire. But a great ride by Javier. He's known for that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he wins a few races. That
Won
guy.
a few eclipses.
Might be a Hall of Famer too.
Might be a Hall of Famer someday.
Well,
But
the public had it right here too. It's 9-5 on Get Mother a Rose over 5-2 with Teletype, as we will have those prices for you when the 5th race comes official. Make sure you stay tuned though, because we have a lot more racing action to come. The Grade 3 Panine Ridge, our feature on this beautiful Saturday card here at Belmont on to America's Day at the races. And I want to thank Rick Schachsberg for joining us up here. It was great to have you on board.
Well, thank you so much, and we just want to get the word out about the aftercare. Is it's such a critical point right now in the racing world. There's a lot of bad news out there. We want to make sure that good news permeates out into the public, because we got a lot of good things going on in New York, across the country. Every jurisdiction has an aftercare program. We want to take the lead on it and have them do what we do, and a lot of programs are doing just that. And we want to thank everybody in the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance for doing what they do across the country, and the owners and the trainers that know that we're here, and when you use us, we're here for a purpose.
And I can speak from experience. You're great to work with, and that Thoroughbreds, they make excellent sport horses too. Yeah. So Rick, thank you so much. And I'll be replaced by Greg Wolf, and Rick will step off and be replaced by the one and only Richard Migliore when we return here on America's Day at the races, as you see Get Mother a Rose returning to the winner's circle with Javier Castellano and Tom Bush. Stay tuned, we're coming right back.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms was the nation's #1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2017 by percentage of winners. His top runners include Rich Mommy, winner of the Grade 3 Sugar Swirl, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Recruiting Ready, stakes winner and graded stakes performer Vanish, and recent stakes winners Taylor Spirit and Tracy Racing. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $300,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I don't know if there's another door like that, another stall. I mean, that's about as impressive as it comes. And when you line those 4 guys out, and then you've got Runhappy in there now, who's a Eclipse Award winner himself. So that stall, the tradition of that is second to none.
Runhappy probably doesn't need any introduction. Everyone knows who Runhappy is. A generational type kind of horse. They don't come around very often. He set the track record in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Runhappy has won the sprint. A new track record.
You know, he was unbelievably fast and talented, and we're seeing that through his foals.
He's a fun one to be around. He's got his quirks. He is true to his name of Run Happy. He loves run, eat, sleep, run happy. So he lives to his name full extent. He really loves his peppermints, apples, basically any kind of treat there is out there. He's all about it. There's days where we'll be doing a tour. He'll be across the paddock and he'll hear that ruffle of peppermint, and he's coming right across the paddock.
A story that I find interesting that someone asked me about the other day, Warfront and Blame, who are two good sires in my opinion, they never produced a chestnut horse, and so far neither is Runhappy. So if that's any indication, which hopefully it is, he's going to be a really nice sire.
He was a superstar on the racetrack, and now he is off to stud, and we cannot wait to see his offspring. We'll see him in 2020. Runhappy now standing for $25,000 at Claiborne Farm. Greg Wolf back on set, taking over for Maggie Wolfendale, joined by Richard Migliore, former champion jockey, and of course New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And we're working our way to today's main event. That is the Grade 3 Panine Ridge. Chad Brown with a couple of runners in that race we're looking forward to seeing, including Value Proposition.
Just a really good, strong, solid field, and I'm looking forward to seeing if his horse on the inside, Andy, can take a Value Proposition, can take a step forward.
I agree. This is an excellent race.
NYRA Bets late pick 5. It began with this race here, and Get Mother a Rose kicks things off. Maiden breaking win for trainer Tom Bush. Javier Castellano aboard for Celomar Stable.
Lugging in a little bit in the stretch, but Javier was able to keep her off of her chief rival, and she won quite easily, as it turned out, rating today.
Race 6, it will kick off the late pick 4. It is on the turf at a mile. It's on the Widener turf course, $25,000 claiming race. Sycamore Lane right now. Favored Belmont, Jose Lezcano, the meets leading rider. Blinkers go on today.
I can't imagine how any horse could be 2-1 in this race. I thought this was about as competitive and wide open a race as you could possibly find.
Well, that's how I was looking at the race, and I'm kind of scratching my head. Like, I don't know which direction to go, but I certainly would want to get paid.
I agree, and I don't know why this horse should be 2-1, but I bet he's more forwardly placed today.
Our feature, we're 2 races away. Grade 3 Panine Ridge. Chad Brown with Value Proposition. He also will send out Demarchelier, named after the French fashion photographer, who is a little more seasoned, 2 for 2, and had a win at Keeneland in the second start of his career, beating entry-level Allowance Company.
And Demarchelier and Value Proposition both came from the Tattersall sale over in Europe. And I thought this was actually a very good effort. He was wide the whole way, and the horse he beat in here, very determined on the inside, came back with a nice win for trainer Brian Lynch. It's a good horse. He may be running the shadow of the other one today, but he is no slouch.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see from a pace perspective how this race plays out. And, you know, the fact that Demarchelier could chase wide throughout like that and still grind it out and get it done, he may be showing that he's more suited to the mile and 1/8 and beyond.
Third place finisher came back and hit the board as well, and the James Murphy at Pimlico as well on the turf.
Right, yeah.
Meanwhile, Social Paranoia, one of 2 in the race for trainer Todd Pletcher. He's coming out of a very tough effort in the Grade 2 American Turf, which Digital Age, who was undefeated, just got by him.
And he was down on the inside, and the horse who's outside of him here will finish second. Thread of Blue is going to be a heavy favorite in the $500,000 Penn Mile later today. And I think that he's getting lost. I think everybody keeps talking about Clint Maroon, Todd Pletcher's other horse, not that Clint Maroon can't win, and they're not talking about Social Paranoia. And I think he deserves much more respect than that, Richie.
Well, he comes out of races that were faster paced than Clint Maroon, who got to really walk on the lead last time on yielding ground in the Woodhaven. Who has more speed? And, of course, they're not going to want to get each other's way.
But I won't be surprised if they'd love to sit 1-2. I think the person who may have the most say about that is Regime Mirage and Magnificent McCool, because he's actually fast enough to be in front. And, frankly, I know you know as a rider, you're riding a long shot in a race like that. Why not take your shot and give him his best chance to win and go to the front?
Well, I would. I'd rather run where they have to run. You know, let them follow my wake. And sometimes you get lucky because they don't respect you and you get to go a little softer than maybe normally you would.
And give yourself a chance. I think Rajiv thinks very similarly quite often.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad for Henley's Joy. He keeps getting stuck with outside posts. He made a huge run from the outside post in that Grade 2 American Turf. I think he has a big shot today, but again, he's outside.
He'll be a big price.
Well, he was bothered at the start and had no
Yeah.
position, so hopefully he can get a little bit more involved. He does have a tough post going to mile 8th with a short run to the first turn.
It's going to be a great race. Grade 3 Panine Ridge again. This was the coming out party for Catholic Boy last year. It's where it all started for him last year. And it kicks off a cross-country pick 5. Begins at 5:18 Eastern with that Grade 3 Panine Ridge. And then 4 consecutive stakes races from Penn National. All stakes, all turf. Cross-country pick 5 this afternoon. You can play it at NYRA.com/cross-country, and a couple of big prep races for that Turf Trinity series as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a great series of races. We also, we have the Turf Tiara for the fillies as well. 3 races mirroring that. And, of course, the Belmont Oaks will be on Stars and Stripes Day. It's going to be great races.
Coming up next as we continue along in our NYRA Bets late pick 5, and again, the start of the pick 4. 6th race here. This $25,000 claiming event on the turf at a mile. Still Sycamore Lane, who's favored at 2-1 on the board, meets leading rider. Jose Lezcano will be in the irons. And as you said, Andy, I mean, no one should probably be that short a price in this race. It is a wide open group. You can make a big case for this one as well, who is 6-1, way too big a price for Patriot Drive.
And as a decent price in the multis, I like Patriot Pride. The thing is, Patriot Drive won in the dirt last time, first time for Danny Gargan, and he's not a dirt horse. So presumably Danny's improved him, and if he carries that improvement over to his preferred surface, the turf, he should be very tough in here. And this is back at Arlington, going back to last July when he finished second, beyond Clear and Convincing, who's the next Chad Brown horse, who was a pretty solid allowance type.
But don't you feel like that's the kind of the question about this race? You've got a lot of horses that are coming off of layoffs with one start. Are they going to find that form? Are they going to improve? Now, obviously, this horse came back winning for Danny Gargan, and like you said, maybe he's just going to improve under his tutelage.
Yeah, I think there's a lot going on in this race, I mean, Tom Morley has 2 horses in this race that are both live, the 2 Campagno, as well as a horse towards the outside, the 8 Zinger. I think both of these horses can win, especially Zinger, but even Campagno as well.
Our current favorite is this one right here. Maybe the price a little short. I did think he was the one to beat, though.
Well, David Aragona made an interesting point about this horse in Talking Horses today. He's working very well, and maybe that indicates his sharpness, and they put blinkers on to get more speed in him. And last time out, Richie, why was this horse so far back? Look at the rest of his races. He's always forwardly placed.
Yeah, and he's more of a grinder type. He's not a horse with a big turn of foot, so that put him up against it being that far back. It didn't look like he got out of the gate in good order, but he didn't look like he was really hampered either.
No, and what's interesting, though, he's 2-1, okay? The 9-horse Shamcat's 13-1. I'm going to tell you that Shamcat ran a better race than he did that day. Now, Shamcat is an unreliable horse, and maybe Sycamore Lane has better races to go back to, but Shamcat's rider wanted to just rip his face off the entire time around the racetrack and never gave him a chance to run. A different rider today. I'd rather take 13-1 on him than 2-1 on the 7.
Well, that's when you talk about value. There's your value then.
It feels like it.
There's your look saddling the horse, your Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Bill Mott. We just saw him a moment ago. Here's a look at Catch a Cab. He got really good late last spring and early summer.
And a mile is what he really wants. His last 2 turf races have been at 6 furlongs, and I just think he's a better horse than a mile, Richie.
And he gets an inside draw, which is always good on the turf, and Dylan Davis has been riding lights out.
3-1 on Catch a Cab. Trying to collect his first win since that streak of 3 in a row came to an end. He will stretch back out. 2 of those wins during that streak came at a mile or longer. As we get a look at the other Tom Morley runner, Campagno. He also sends out the 8 Zinger in here, and they both figure.
Yeah, no, I agree. Campagno has had his days, but, Zinger's a funny horse to look at. His turf races are good. He's just clouded by dirt races.
7-1, meanwhile, on Campagno. As you take a look at the 2, getting saddled, we're going to have the post parade from race 6 at Belmont Park when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
The win program, I think, is fantastic for breeders. It's a really, really nice way that WinStar's given back to the breeder and supported the breeder who's also supported them. If you had the option to breed to another stallion at another farm or go to the horse over at WinStar that has this win program attached to it, the deciding factor is easy. You're going to get more bang for your buck over there at WinStar.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase, he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Next on America's Day at the Races, value proposition may have been a little green in the stretch in his debut, but his talent was evident. Now comes top billing in his graded stakes debut. Clint Maroon enters the Panine Ridge, more seasoned and accomplished. The Todd Pletcher trainee looks to win his 4th straight in Saturday's feature race on this Saturday afternoon at Belmont Park. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to have you with us on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York, as we get set for the Grade 3 Panine Ridge, our feature race today. It was the coming out party for Catholic Boy last year on his way to a win in the Belmont Derby, and of course the Travers at Saratoga. We're getting set for the start of a late pick 4 coming up here in race 6. Before we get to that Panine Ridge, Greg Wolf alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliore, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Welcome to all those new networks from around the country joining us, including Altitude. Great to have you with us. We look forward to this race coming up. There's a lot of cases to be made for just about everybody in this field, including Value Proposition, who first time out looked very, very good. Little green, though, for Chad Brown.
Little green, but boy, he got a freak kind of turn of foot, doesn't he? He's just a horse that really, to me, Andy, off a slow pace, just swallowed this field and then didn't know what he was doing when he was by himself.
I agree. What happens when this horse figures it out, Richie? I mean, this is a very, very impressive performance by him. The other horse who got next to him had been running well in maiden races. Looked like he had a chance to beat him, and Value Proposition said, huh? Nat, go away.
And then he ducks in and just kind of loses focus.
Jump over the rail?
I mean, he's just a really seriously talented horse with a beautiful turn of foot, and you know he can handle yielding ground. I want to see how he does on firm ground, but you got to think he's going to be just as effective.
Well, yeah, but you're right to bring it up, Richie, because it's a very important question.
We'll find out. Start number 2 today, and he's the morning line favorite in his graded stakes debut. Quick look there at the field. Morning line odds for our feature race still to come today in the 8th from Belmont Park. That will be contested over the inner turf this afternoon. Let's bring you track conditions presented by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Belmont Park. Piranha on, pests gone. The main track is fast, and our turf course listed as firm on the inner. It's good on the widener, but that feature race will be over the inner turf. As you look at America's Day at the Races lineup, races 6 through 9 coming up here at Belmont, including that 8th race, the one we can't wait for, that Grade 3 Panine Ridge. But a good card coming up. Get signed up, started, play along. You can bet all the races we show you each and every day on the show. NYRA Bets members can get a $25 Belmont Stakes win bet plus $200 new member bonus. Bet $25 to win on a horse in the Belmont. You get $25 back if you run 2nd or 3rd. You also get $200 in your account within 2 weeks of betting $200. Use that promo code BET25 to take advantage of that promotion at NYRABets.com. Post parade coming up here for race 6 in just a moment here. So we're on the turf at a mile in this $25,000 claiming race. Such a wide open race, and as we say that, the price gets even shorter now on Sycamore Lane, the 7th for the Hall of Fame and Kentucky Derby winning trainer Belmont.
I'm thinking that workout indicates, and that kind of action on the board indicates the clockers love this horse. This is one of those kind of clocker give-outs because he can absolutely win. This is insane.
An 8-year-old horse adding blinkers, maybe it really did give him an attitude adjustment.
I guess, but geez, I don't know how you look at this field and say, I'll take anyone at 9-5.
All right, here comes our post parade. We're going to start things off with Catch a Cab. Again, he reeled off 3 in a row last summer. Can he get back to the winner's circle today?
You know, I would say it was value, but 7-2 is no real bargain. He's going to really appreciate stretching out to a mile, but he has to bounce back from his last.
All right, you get the 1A as well. 'Tis a Chance. He'll break middle of the field.
Yeah, at times he's run pretty well, but they are mostly betting on the other half of the entry, but he is not without some talent.
1 of 2 in here for trainer Tom Morley. Campagno, Javier Castellano rides.
You know, he ran 4th in a tough race at Monmouth last time out. The second-place finisher came back with an upset win just the other day.
Danny Gargan, he's going to have tax likely in the Belmont Stakes. He sends out Patriot Drive here.
He's my top choice. He won an off-the-turf race, and he's not even a dirt horse. He could improve for Danny and be very dangerous at a big price.
Big price here. River of Dreams for Leah Giramati.
She runs at times, but she's beating a tough field here, and she may be better at her best in the dirt.
Joel Rosario on board for David Duggan. Mills.
Well, last time the trainer thought that he'd be in front. He was last early. We've given up him being in front, but can he run a better race?
9-year-old there. Here's a look at the favorite. Here's Sycamore Lane for Bill Mott.
You have to think he's live the way he's getting bet, and you have to think he'll be much more forwardly placed than he was in his last effort.
The other Tom Morley runner here is Zinger with Jose Ortiz.
If you just look at the races he's run recently on the turf, he looks a lot better, and he is a big overlay at 10-1.
And here is Sham Cat, Gregory DePrima, Eric Consell.
This is my long shot. I'm going to have to bet a few dollars in this one. Not that he would be a top choice, but I think he's a dramatic overlay and did not get a good ride in his last turf race.
And Indebted for trainer John Morrison, Rajiv Mirage rides to the outside.
He's got some races that also give him a chance, and I think he shows just how deep this field is, that we're talking about long shots and saying that they have enough merits that they could be competitive.
He is 15-1 on the board. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale, get her thoughts here on race 6.
This is a compelling field, that's for sure. Ways you can go abound, as though I'll check in with your favorite. That's number 7, Sycamore Lane here, and catching up with Bill Mott's assistant, Leanna Williford. She said, hey, this guy used to always work fast, but he was starting to lose some interest. So they have been working him with those blinkers on, and it's certainly woken him up a bit, as it's fairly evident to see in that work tab. I've always been a fan of this horse. He always physically looks well pre-race. So I like him here once again, and it's just a shortcut blinker, so they're really not changing too much. But again, the 8-year-old needed a little something to get the pep back in his step. As we'll take a look, though, at the horse that's going to be my choice in number 3, Patriot Drive, just because I didn't like him at all last time. I didn't like him on the slop. I didn't think he looked as good. He got washy. His hair was long. He didn't look as fit coming in off of that layoff, and he still got the job done. Yes, dynamics probably played in his favor slightly, but he looks 10 times better than what he did going back to that effort. His coach shut it out. He's a lot more defined and stronger looking overall. And 2, he seems less nervous. So I feel like getting back to the turf, which I would think is his preferred surface, I think Patriot Drive is going to be very, very strong here, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. I like the way he looks here warming up. And Andy, you brought it up. Danny Gargan got this horse into the winner's circle on a surface that is not his preferred surface. So you got to think he's going to move forward going back to what he likes.
You would think so. Would make logical sense. He ran well to win. I was surprised he won last time. We'll see. This is an interesting race. It's just a confusing race. But these are the kind of races you can find some interesting value. And a lot of it because win or lose, the 7 horse in this race is no 2-1 shot, Sycamore Lane. Probably
all right.
Gallop.
Well, the public says he is right now. We'll see if they're right.
And this is typical of Kendrick Carmouche here on the 3-horse Patriot Drive. big warm-up, really likes it. I'm sorry, that's Irad Ortiz Jr. Collmus rode him last time. Kendrick's Penn National today, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Big
but,
races.
this is typical of a Danny Gargan horse. He likes a big warm-up. Listen, the 7 horse is taking all the money, and Bill Mott's horses always look good. This horse looks dynamite on the racetrack, and if the blinkers wake him up, and certainly at 8 years old, sometimes just an equipment adjustment does make them find some of their best races. He's certainly the horse to beat, but you're not getting any value.
I guess. Honestly, I think the number 3 horse, Patriot Drive's the horse to beat. I really do.
Okay.
I think that the money on the 7 to me, because money around here is very smart. It really is. And the money has to be absolutely respected. And as you said, he's obviously good enough to win this race, but he's got to bounce back from that bad effort. The presumption is he will, and he'll be more forwardly placed.
And he needs to be. He needs to be involved to be most effective. Right. The 8 horse is a horse that you pointed out, and if you put a line through every single one of his off-the-turf races, his form looks infinitely better. And I think at 10-1, he's the horse that I'm going to land on.
And I think a lot of people look at the PPs and they get sort of confused, right? They see the off-the-turf, that circle with the X, and they almost don't even realize how many of those races were dirt races. And you take them out, and boy, does he look good.
He really does. And the fact that he's had so many off-the-turf efforts, he kind of brings the rain. He seems to attract bad weather.
You don't want to see him if you're hoping for a nice afternoon, right? Entered in a turf race as we take a look here at Catch a Cab. And can he reach back and find a little of that magic that he had going for him last summer here at Belmont when he was on quite a roll? He was back then in the Mark Casse barn trying to get his first win now for John Toscano Jr.
Yeah, he's got to get, listen, he's a better horse going a mile than he is at 6 furlongs. And I will say in his last start, which was his first start in 2019, that turf course, the inside had gotten very good, and that was a race that the winner was able to wire the field. But, geez, couldn't he have done a little more running?
Well, maybe, he's a horse that just needs to shake off some ring rust, too. I mean, he hadn't been out since October of last year. He's an older horse. Older horses, to me, usually need to more mentally get back in the game.
No, I hear you. He's supposed to run, but I just thought he wished he did a little running. But listen, I picked him 3rd. I'm not going to be shocked when he runs well. But once again, 7-2 doesn't seem like a bargain on him.
No.
Well, he had the entry of the 1 on the 1A where they were 10-1 on the morning line as we did a look at Compagno. 1 of 2 again for Tom Morley. He also has Zinger. I actually preferred Zinger of his 2 in here.
He probably is the better one. They both have merits. Compagno's last race, he was 4th. King of Spades, who was 2nd, came back and upset a 2-5 Chad Brown runner on Memorial Day at Monmouth. So that race may be a little bit liver than it looks. And the race before that, going 6 furlongs, A, he's not a sprinter, and B, that was a race that was totally dominated on the front end.
Javier Castellano will be aboard Compagno. Hopping aboard for the first time, but favoritism throughout the betting of this race has remained with Sycamore Lane here for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, and a guy that we've been talking a lot about over the last few weeks on the show, just having a lights-out meet, Jose Lezcano.
Well, Jose Lezcano not only having a lights-out meet, like a career kind of meet, winning it better than 36%, he's winning on 27% on the year. I mean, that's a huge credit to his agent getting him on live horses, but a huge credit to the level that he's riding at.
Yeah, I mean, he made just a great personal choice, staying here for the winter months, getting much more business, riding more winners, getting his confidence up there, and positioning himself to get more live mounts here at Belmont when we got here. And now he's got everything going the right way, and he's really going with it.
And confidence is so important, of any athlete. When you get confident, you just start doing things naturally. You don't second-guess anything, because as a jockey, the minute you second-guess, that opportunity's gone.
And maybe we need Paul LoDuca to answer this question, but what would you compare to winning at 40% win rate? Was that like hitting 400 in baseball?
I would say, hitting at least 300, and just seeing the ball. You're seeing the ball better.
You don't see 40% win percentages
at Belmont Park. Now listen, but the meet is already a good 5 weeks old, or maybe even more. It's almost impossible. When you think of the colony that rides here, to be riding at that level, it's impossible. I don't even know what to compare it to.
But you could see his confidence. Wherever he's positioned, horses are running into his hands, and he feels like he can win from anywhere.
I'm glad to see it. I've always loved Jose as a rider, and I just think confidence was one thing he hasn't had that sort of going forward, and he does now.
We are set for the start of the late pick 4. It is Sycamore Lane, the 7 horse for Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer, with a 1 to beat with the meet's leading rider, Jose Lezcano. Let's send it upstairs for the call to Larry Collmus.
Ready for the start. They're off. Fast beginning for Tiz a Chance, who goes out to the early lead with Sycamore Lane alongside in second. Zinger is out third to the outside of them. Then it's Compagno, Patriot Drive, and Indebted. Shamcat is going up on the outside of River of Dreams. And down toward the inside, it's Catch a Cab. Mills is last as the field heads up the backstretch. And the leader is Tiz a Chance, with Sycamore Lane just ahead behind on the outside, completing this first quarter in 23.95 seconds. 2 lengths back to Zinger and Compagno together. Between those two, it's Patriot Drive in fifth. And then on the outside comes Shamcat, followed by Indebted. Catch a Cab on the inside of River of Dreams, and Mills continues to trail the field. So they're moving into the far turn where it is Tiz a Chance leading the way. Sycamore Lane still a neck back on the outside. A 47.22 half. Zinger a length and a half behind them. Compagno toward the inside. Patriot Drive in between those two. Break of another 2 lengths back to Indebted. Then Catch a Cab on the inside, saving all the ground within 4.5 lengths of the lead. And Shamcat. And now Sycamore Lane is taken over here as Tiz a Chance gives way. Here comes some competition, though. It's Compagno, who ranges up alongside in company with Patriot Drive. These two after Sycamore Lane with a furlong to run. Patriot Drive on the outside to the front. Compagno, Sycamore Lane back into third. And then it's Tiz a Chance fourth. And on the far outside, Indebted, followed by Catch a Cab. Patriot Drive in front as they come down to the wire. Ron Ortiz Jr. wins again on Patriot Drive. And then it was Compagno second, followed by Sycamore Lane and Tiz a Chance.
Patriot Drive, Irad Ortiz Jr., Midwest Thoroughbreds, and Danny Gargan. That's back-to-back wins now for this horse on 2 different surfaces.
And he just got a very, very good ride from Irad Ortiz. Richie, who put him in the right spot to win. And you know what? The 7-horse, the favorite, Sycamore Lane, he improved, but ultimately he just was run down by a horse that had a better trip and ran a little better race.
They just ran a little better race for sure. I mean, you were all over this horse, the 3-horse Patriot Drive. The 1A actually ran better than it even will appear because he made the lead, and then the rider was fighting with him for what reason I don't know. So then finally the horse gives it back to him, and then he re-rallies again. When a horse has speed and they're doing things comfortably, leave them alone. Don't inhibit their stride.
And I think, you know, Benji Hernandez, the apprentice, and I completely agree with you. It's amazing. He was coming back and forth. At first, I thought that was the other half of the entry that was running. And one of the tough things for apprentices is the getting comfortable with grass racing, right? They just don't have any real experience when they come here as apprentices with grass racing. It's tough to learn.
But I think as a rule of thumb, whatever surface it is, let a horse get in a good rhythm. Don't be pulling on them, getting their head up in your face. It inhibits their breathing, it inhibits their stride, and it takes energy away from them.
It was close for third. It goes to Sycamore Lane, the favorite, 3-2-7 and 1A. Let's look at the 9-horse in here. Did not get out clean.
No, that was my long shot in this race, the number 9 Shamcat. Then he kind of rushed up a little with Eric Hansel, but it was not Eric's fault. Nothing he could do after that start.
Patriot Drive with the victory here at 4-1. Winds up going off as the second choice on the board to kick off this late pick 4. We'll be back with the prices right after this. Stick around, much more coming up on America's Day at the Races. That's 3 today for Irad Ortiz Jr.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 Altitude Network and other regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. It's Patriot Drive to kick off the late pick 4 in the 6th here at Belmont. Danny Gargan, Irad Ortiz Jr., his 3rd win on the afternoon for Midwest Thoroughbreds. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Never one to be shy. It's just said, hey, I'm having a good meet. Didn't realize it here, Danny Gargan. Yes, you are. Patriot Drive, one of the leaders. He's 2 for 2 since returning to your barn here for Midwest Thoroughbreds. And Danny, it just felt like second off the layoff, this horse was primed and ready to get back to the surface he likes the most.
Yeah, he's really doing really well. He looks wonderful. I was, looking at him in the paddock, and after looking at all of them, he looked really good today. I was really happy. I told my assistant, because, I go back and forth to Kentucky a lot. My assistant does an amazing job with the horses. And I asked him what he thought, and he said, I think we'll win today, boss. And whenever he comes with we'll win today, boss, we usually get lucky. So we're pretty confident after he told me that.
Orlando's a bit more of the quieter type.
Yeah, I'm the loud one, he's the quiet one.
It's a good parent.
Yeah, we make a good team, but he does a phenomenal job. And his horses look amazing, so I couldn't be more proud of the job he's doing for me. And he's having a great meet here.
And he's often the rider aboard Tax, who you said after today's workout you were 50-50 with the Belmont. Has that changed at all?
No, I'm going to wait and see how he eats tonight and everything. He worked good, but it wasn't as good as he normally works. And I just want to make sure everything's 100%. I'm going to take a blood on him. His eye was, maybe I'm just nitpicking. I thought maybe he was a little dull in his eye. So if his blood comes back good, we'll run. If his blood work comes back bad, we'll evaluate it from there.
Danny, maybe I'm wrong, but you seem to usually work him on the training track. Was this kind of a new thing for him working on the main?
Well, I wanted him to go over the surface once. He'd never worked on it, and I wanted to see how he handled it.
Got it.
So that's why we worked on it. And, he worked good. The horse he worked with is a good workhorse, and that's why I put him with it. I knew they'd get a good, decent work, and they'd stay together. So that's kind of what I wanted, and he got a lot out of it. It's just, like I said, I want to make sure he's 100% before I make a decision.
Were there any apparent excuses for his Derby effort?
We got down there, and I don't know. He was training really, really well, but then when they left the track open and it got like that, I just really kind of feel like he never got a chance. He just got eliminated early with the break, and then it was over, and we were just back there swimming.
Several horses were, yeah. Danny, so an excuse for him there, but if he doesn't run the Belmont, where could we see him next?
We'll evaluate him and see what his blood work's like. I mean, I've always wanted to run him on the grass. I think he's got a future on the turf. So, the Belmont Derby's always been in the back of my mind, so that's an option for us, too.
All right. Well, Danny trying to pull off a Catholic boy, I suppose. As congratulations here, though, with Patriot Drive.
Thank you so much.
And, guys, he has that nice Claiborne pedigree tax that could say he might be able to translate things to the turf.
Yeah, he was a gelding, so Claiborne, obviously, not going to hang on to that one, but they do a tremendous job breeding their horses, and he knew he was getting a good one when he dipped in for $50,000 in that maiden claiming race, and the horse has gone on to run 3rd in the Remsen and go and win the Withers. So it's turned out to be an incredible claim for Danny Gargan. Patriot Drive gets him the win here as we take a look at the NYRA Bets late pick 5 follow along, just shy of $100,000 in that pool, and now this opens things up a little with Patriot Drive.
Yeah, it does. We'll see. And that was such an open race that it definitely, I think anybody that won that race was going to be 4 or 5 to 1 in the pick 5.
Race 7, we move along, and we're on the main track. $40,000 claiming event, 3/4 of a mile, and Take Your Place favored right now?
I did pick him, but I wouldn't bet him as the favorite. Now, he won't be. Reed Kahn most likely will be. He's favored in multis, but the question of this race is Reed Kahn, and we talked about it before. If he runs his race, he's going to win, but I don't trust him at all.
Well, and don't you see a lot of speed signed on in here? And doesn't he look like a horse that needs the lead to do his best?
Well, yeah, he's a forwardly placed horse. He has rated, and he can rate, and you have to think Still Crazy. They're going to look to be aggressive with him, and obviously I'm hoping there is some pace. That's why I picked the number 6 horse. It looks so close.
We talked about it a lot over the last couple of times we've seen Still Crazy race. I don't think he's done yet. We'll see if he can drop down a little bit of class here and shorten up. Better 7 furlongs is not his game. That's what he did last time.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I have to think that they're going to look to try to get the lead Recon. And let's say Recon doesn't show up, because he didn't show up last time.
Yeah.
If he doesn't show up, Still Crazy's going to turn around and go, oh my gosh, I'm 4 in front of this field, and they're all going to be in trouble.
All right, we'll talk more about it. Race 7 coming up next out here at Belmont Park. We're going to take a break in the action. We will talk more Belmont Stakes when we come back. Todd Pletcher sending out a pair of runners in Spinoff and Intrepid Heart. Can he collect another test of the champion? We'll be back. Stay tuned.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Into the final furlong of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and Classic Empire wins it in style.
Here's the wire. Classic Empire. He's a champion 2-year-old.
Here's the champ, Classic Empire. Classic Empire.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Top of the stretch, a filly is in front of the Belmont, but Curlin is right there with her. These two in a battle of the sexes in the Belmont Stakes. It is Curlin on the inside, Rags to Riches on the outside. A desperate finish. Rags to Riches and Curlin. They're coming down to the wire. It's going to be very close, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont. Rags to Riches has beaten Curlin in 100 years of Belmont history. The first filly to win it in over a century.
How about that? Yeah, in over a century, as she stumbled out of the starting gate, and that was the eventual horse of the year she was putting away down the stretch.
Stumbled, was 4 or 5 wide the entire trip at Belmont Park, going 1.5 miles, and you could see the size disparity between the two. Curlin, a big, thick, solid colt.
Yeah.
Rags to Riches, kind of a slender, finer filly, but boy, was she talented.
I think we forget that whole 3-year-old crop, because when they went to the Breeders' Cup that year, it was Curlin, Street Sense, Any Given Saturday. I think a lot of people forget about as well was in that crop. Hard spun. So she beat a pretty darn good horse in Curlin. And like you said, after that beginning, and her being a daughter of AP Indy, she showed her daddy's class.
Well, Todd Pletcher has had some great success in the Belmont Stakes. He's going to send out 2 horses to try and collect another one in the 151st edition a week from today. As we take a look at the probables, the Belmont Stakes presented by NYRA Bets. Spin-off, one of those 2 for Todd Pletcher. And speaking of hard spun, this is a son of hard spun. It was a narrow second in the Louisiana Derby before he went to the Kentucky Derby, where things did not go his way.
And, you know, you look at Todd Pletcher's record in the Belmont, not just 3 wins, but a bunch of seconds. His horses show up and perform in the Belmont. He trains them very purposefully. They work in company, so they stay in the bridle, so they get a lot out of the work. And you could see how nicely Spinoff's traveling. To get 1.5 miles, Paul, you don't want a horse that pulls. You want a horse that's in the bridle, but a horse that listens to his rider's cues, because if they pull, they use too much energy. They can't stay the 1.5 miles. This looks like a very kind individual.
Yeah, and you know what? He's not trying to go too fast. 102 is probably as slow as you're going to see a Todd Pletcher horse go, but this is all just a fitness thing. And you can see now he starts to ask him a little bit here after the workout here, Richie, just to get a little more fitness out of him.
Yeah, get a little more air, keep that foundation going. But it very, very methodical the way Todd works his horses, particularly up to the Belmont Stakes. And like you said, not looking for fast times, but looking for a very controlled tempo.
We want to thank our friends at XB TV for providing us this workout video from these two horses. Here's Todd Pletcher's other runner in here, and this is a son of Tappet on the inside, Intrepid Heart, who was 2 for 2 before he went to the Peter Pan, where he wound up third. He stumbled out of the start in that race.
He stumbled out of the gate, and he caught a pretty salty group there as well. Now, you know, this is Johnny Velasquez aboard here. And again, think about what you just saw with Todd's other horse, Spinoff. It's the same type of move. Now, this horse is inside, and again, very controlled, in hand, going to run to the wire in hand, and he's probably going to let him do a lot more on the gallop out. This horse looks really good, and honestly, out of the two, I think this is the one that's more suited to the mile-and-a-half.
Do you have enough seasoning, you think, for this mile-and-a-half race? This will be his fourth
right
career start.
Johnny flagged him with his left hand pretty early, then flagged him again to get a little bit more out of that work. So you're right. Maybe this horse does need seasoning, and maybe that work was designed to get a little bit more out of it, because you could see Johnny was asking him a little bit more there towards the end of that work.
Yeah, no doubt. And he does. He lacks seasoning to get a mile-and-a-half. But again, I'm going to have faith in Todd Pletcher because he seems to have found a handle on this race. Except for a nose or a head, he might have won 5 Belmont Stakes.
True.
So does Tappet as a sire. Before Justify last year, Tappet's won 3 of the previous 4 runnings of the Belmont. Intrepid Heart, he has that going for him. He's a son of Tappet as well. 7th at Belmont Park. We're approaching the 13-minute mark to post. And take your place. A little surprised by this. 7-2 morning line is your current 9-5 favorite for Ray Handel with Joel Rosario.
I just thought he was the most consistent, steady closer in a race that appears to have a lot of speed to my estimation. And with that outside draw, Joel Rosario, you know how he likes to get horses to run up into his hands, Paul. I just think he projects to get the best trip.
Yeah, when you look at this race overall, Reed Kahn, the 2, is the class, right? 7 for 16 lifetime, 255,000. His last couple of races, or at least his last race, is very confusing, but you make such a good point that Ray Handel claimed this horse for 40, put the horse in a 7 furlong, tried a turf a race that got taken off the turf, and then ran okay. Now cuts back in distance, going to have some bottom, and runs into a field like you say, Rich, has speed in it and gets a guy in Rosario that can finish, and this horse does like to win races, but Reed Kahn also likes to win races too.
He does, but does Reed Kahn get caught up? That's the only thing I'm looking at. You know, I mean, the Big Bella Brown's got some speed inside of him. Certainly still crazy speed outside of him. T Loves a Fight. Looks like he might be a little overmatched. Claim for 10 in here for 40. So he's going to be potentially surrounded by other speeds and maybe not get the most comfortable trip. Listen, if the good Reed Kahn shows up, everybody's running for second.
That's the big question mark with Reed Kahn. He did not fire at all last time out, but if he does show up to his prior races, everybody else is running for second in this spot.
You're right, Wolfie. I mean, there's a couple races they go to, but the one thing when you look at this field is the 1, Big Stella Brown, 5 wins. Reed Kahn, 7 wins. The 4, 7 wins, 9 wins, 6 wins. All these horses love to win races.
Time for a paddock report. Let's head downstairs. Go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, guys. 5 horses going postward here, and I'll take a look at the main 3. Beginning on the outside with your current favorite, that is number 6. Take your place for trainer Ray Handel, trying to get his 2nd win here on this card. With this drop down as well, I should say drop down to what Ray took him for as an ambitious placement last time. Did not disgrace himself in running a comparable speed figure. He returns here to the 6 furlongs, and I like that for him. He's a bit of a smaller into mischief, very athletic though, as they do tend to be, and extremely fit here in the paddock as well. Now, the front bandages do stay on for this effort as they had last time out in his debut for Ray. So he makes sense here, but the horse that I'm actually most interested in is to his inside in number 5, Still Crazy. I thought it was a step back in the right direction for this runner, going the 7 furlongs, which I also think is a furlong too far for him as he gets back to the 6 here for Gary Gullo. I like this horse warming up. I like the fact that Gary took the extension blinker off this horse because he wore it in his last start for Rudy Rodriguez, and I always find that a negative sign. He did not run well with it as the beaten favorite 2 starts ago, and I feel like Still Crazy could be getting back to some of his better form for this barn. We'll see if that rings true out on the racetrack, as number 2 is, wow, okay, number 1, Big Bella Brown, trying to take the paved way up to the tunnel, but number 2, Reed Kahn. going back to the first time that this horse was supposed to run for this barn, he was a late vet scratch that day. Then he comes back with this huge triple-digit Beyer speed figure blowout win back in December. He was supposed to run in November over at Aqueduct. Then his next 2 races were fine, and then the last one was bad. So you got to wonder if the Cinderella, if the clock is struck 12 here with Reed Can. I can't fault him whatsoever here in the paddock. He looks great. I can't say anything negative about him looking at him here, but I just don't like that last race, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. It's a tough one to get past, but 3 of his 4 prior races before that just demolishes this field. But what do? He just did not show up. Now, granted, it was a field where Bon Raison, who was 3rd in the Runhappy Travers against Firenze Fire, who's going to run in the Met Mile, was in that race. And a 3rd place finisher, Long Haul Bay. It's a former graded stakes winner who ran 2nd to Switzerland in the Maryland Sprint last summer.
You know, one thing I don't think we can overlook either, if you look at, some of these horses that contenders take your place, so crazy, they're carrying 125 pounds. Now, I'm not usually a big weight guy, but I'm big about spreads. He's getting a break in the weights at 118 because the 7-pound apprentice aboard, and I think that becomes significant. Horses have a threshold. They get to a certain threshold, and it gets harder and harder for them to carry weight. Some of them it's 22, 24. In that area, you're starting to flirt with that.
Yeah, you make a great point there. He might be a horse that just needs the lead and needs to be by himself, because when he's with Jason Service, he was the same way. If he had the lead at the top of the lane, it was Katie by the door. He was home. But if you pressure him, he folds like a cheap suit.
Wow.
So if he's going to get pressured here, we'll see what happens.
He's likely not going to get the lead in this race. Still crazy, even though he hasn't been able to finish like he has in the past. One of the fastest horses that certainly we had on the grounds here last summer. He's still awfully quick as we look at Big Bella Brown at 3-1 for Mike Maker.
The Big Bella Brown also has speed, and I think from the rail, it's going to make that horse's job even harder.
Reed can he return to what he showed us 2 starts back? His last race was a flop.
Listen, he's got a couple races to go to that win this, and he is 2 for 2 at Belmont. You can't take that away from him.
Here is T Loves to Fight. Talk about weight breaks. He gets in with just 113 pounds.
Yeah, he does, with the bug boy, Hemant Harkey here, off a nice little finish, but another horse, but he can rate a little bit, but he's been in 10 claimers. This is a big jump.
He's carrying 12 pounds less than the horse we're going to see here, Still Crazy, who is ultra quick, and he's going to take a slight drop down.
And, like riders have styles, trainers have styles. Gary Gullo is a trainer that likes his horses to flash their speed. I would expect Still Crazy to be the horse that makes the front.
And take your place on the outside. He is not wavered. He's still the favorite at 9-5.
Yeah, probably going to sit a very good trip. Favorite in the doubles. Ray Handel looking for a double on the day. And one of the best finishers in the game will be aboard, and that is Joel Rosario.
And if Reed can, the 2 can pressure the 5 in here, maybe it sets up perfectly for that horse right there with one of the strongest finishing riders in the game in Joel Rosario. That's your favorite. Take your place. We'll be back with race 7 from Belmont right after this on America's Day at the Races.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, Altitude Network, and other regional networks across the country. It is a lonely life being a steward, no matter what decision you make. There's going to be some people that do not like that decision at all.
Referee of any sport, are you really popular? Let's be honest. I mean, I did not like many
Coming
umpires.
from a ball player,
Well,
we expect that answer
no.
from you.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I love some umpires. Like, and then you don't like some. But as a fan, they get booed more than they get cheered. Everyone does, and stewards do, and a lot of people don't even get to see the stewards. You know, in other sports, you get to yell at the other people. You get to see them live.
Incredibly difficult job that they have to do and make tough calls, and they have to do it quickly as well. As we take a look here at Big Bella Brown, Jose Ortiz will be aboard for Mike Maker. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
That's a great point, Paul. I never really thought of it that way about the stewards. But number one, Big Bella Brown, I actually liked him a bit last time because I thought that he would appreciate the track that we had at Aqueduct that day. It was a very tight, sealed track. It wasn't that wet. I mean, obviously it was wet enough to be labeled sloppy, but it was just very tight. And a horse that kind of looks a little bit more turfman, obviously being by Big Brown, but is obviously also a dirt horse. I just thought that might move him up a bit, and it did. This Louisiana bred, I just don't know how he stacks up against these horses, though. I just feel like he's facing a different class, even though this is a slight step up in claiming price. He is sharp, though. We'll see. He was a part of a slow pace last time. He is taking money, though, which I think is somewhat meaningful. A horse that I didn't foresee being this short of a price, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So we'll see. Not a big fan of Big Bella Brown in here, Maggie, but wow, 3-1. I did not expect Big Bella Brown to be 3-1 on the board.
I'm a little surprised by that as well. And I know you like the 5 a bit, Greg. Still crazy. That's a good price, 7-2, no?
Definitely. I mean, here's the thing. He's fallen off. He's not what he was, but I think you can make a case 2 back. And, Paul, would you agree that sometimes, you know, older horses, we talked about it last time with them, they don't like the sloppy tracks anymore as you get older, and then they put him in at 7 furlongs. That's not his game. So now he's back to 6 furlongs where he's been at his best. He's ultra quick. He still has that quickness.
He does, and it was a weird break. It was one of those breaks where he beat the gate. The chart callers got it right, but it hindered him. So he ended up breaking last and then rushed to the lead. And Gary Gould usually puts speed into his horses anyway, and this is a horse that I would think he claimed for Belmont because the horse had a nice record going into Belmont. He's fast. He's an old, actually, Bob Baffert horse, now Jason Service, and now he's landed all the way here in New York.
He's been popular at the claim box, so obviously trainers are seeing something that's attractive about him. I'm going to stick with my pick, the 6 horse. I didn't think he'd be favored, but he is Take Your Place. I just think he projects to get the trip you want, and I like him a lot. I like Joel Rosario getting aboard. The 4 horse T Loves a Fight. Now, this is a horse that was claimed for 10, does have back class. He competed in New York Bred Stakes as a 3-year-old. I believe he won the Mike Lee. He gets claimed for 10. He comes back with a bullet, 59-2, best of 28 work. Just 13 days after that race, they raise him up confidently to 40. A trainer I honestly don't have familiarity with, and a 10-pound apprentice. He gets him with 113 pounds. Is this a crazy horse maybe to take a little bit of a flyer with? I think it is, but I'm asking your opinion, Paul.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy because the last time the horse was in for 40 was against State Breds, and the horse was 9th by 27. Listen, he had and one day he bet some good races. I just don't know if he's the same horse.
Where'd that work come from, though?
It's a nice work. Tell you what, that's confidence, raising him to 40, because no one's going to claim him.
Still favored. This one right here, Take Your Place. And the race he's coming out of, look, he's dropping down in class. He faced Expert last time out, who at one point reeled off 4 consecutive victories against good competition. Vici, we just saw run the other day against Celtic Chaos. That's a good group that he's facing, but there's some runners in this spot, too.
There are runners in this spot, and the 2 horse Recon just went to favoritism at 8-5 as the 6 Take Your Place drifts up to 9-5, so I don't have to be the chalk-eating weasel.
No, I'm with you. I like the 6 too. I thought the 2 would be your favorite just because everybody sees that 100 buyer, but he could be going backwards and he could get the 5 in his face for a long part of this race.
There's Reed Khan. Can he return to the form of 2 starts back? His most recent effort, disappointing, but he's got efforts that are sensational that would easily win this race. We'll see What happens coming up? He's undefeated at Belmont, trying to stay that way from post 2. Let's go upstairs for the call of race 7 to Larry Collmus.
Take Your Place coming forward to the outside stall, goes in, and they're all in line. They're off. And it's Still Crazy out for the lead with Big Bella Brown from the inside. These two opening up 2 lengths on the field early on. And then it's Take Your Place, Reed Can to the inside, and T Loves a Fight. Big Bella Brown and Still Crazy locked in early battle here. Reed Can is 2 lengths off of them, grabbing third from the rail. Then Take Your Place, T Loves a Fight trails some 4.5 lengths from these dueling leaders. Around the far turn they go. Big Bella Brown on the inside of Still Crazy. These two together up front, opening up a length and a half on Reed Can, who slips through on the inside of Take Your Place. T Loves a Fight is last as they make their way to the top of the stretch. And the rails open for Reed Can, who comes charging through on the inside to battle for the front as they turn for home. Big Bella Brown is right alongside. Reed Can's in a tight spot trying to squeeze through there. And on the far outside, here comes Take Your Place. Still Crazy's in it too. And now Reed Can retreats to fourth on the inside. It is now Take Your Place who has taken the lead and moves away from Big Bella Brown coming down to the line. Take Your Place to win. Big Bella Brown was second, Still Crazy third, and T Loves a Fight was fourth.
Take Your Place from off the pace, and the early money was right as Ray Handel wins second off the claim. Joel Rosario aboard.
And you could see midway of the far turn, Paul, the way that horse was running into Joel Rosario's hands. He didn't mind being 4 wide because the horse was traveling sweetly as Reed Can made a little bit of a premature move when the rail opened itself up for him. He looked like a winner every step pretty much, though.
He really did, and you made a good point that you didn't feel like the 2 was warming up right. You could see Big Bella Brown is basically lugging out on the turn, and she looks like she's dead, or he looks like he's dead. He ran a bang-up race in here because the 6 gets up to him right here, Take Your Place, and Joel really has to start working because the 1, Big Bella Brown's really not giving up.
Yeah, very game in defeat, and I think, you know, sometimes when a horse is trying to bear out, the rider actually has to slow them down to keep them in, so it allowed Reed Can to kind of catch up with him, but then when Jose Ortiz could let him run, then he was able to go forward again.
And it looks like Reed Can just like right now is just not in good form, did not break well, is not showing that old speed that he used to have, and it's just, you know, hopefully he'll get that back, but Take Your Place found a very good spot. Ray Handel's got 2 wins on the card.
Yeah, and you know, credit Big Bella Brown, who pressured Still Crazy. That horse, we know how quick he is, was not able to get the lead by himself. In fact, it was the 1 who was out in front and still able to hang on for second here.
Ran a bang-up race.
Very game. And, you know, it's interesting. We talk about riders and styles. Jose Ortiz, wherever he is, whether it's first, third, last, he always has horse wherever he's laying.
It was crazy because when the 2 was sneaking up the rail, it looked like Big Bella Brown was done because he was lugging out. But for you know Jose to keep him going and run a good second here is pretty good, man.
Take Your Place with the win. In the 7th here from Belmont Park for Ray Handel with Joel Rosario. Our feature race is coming up next. The Grade 3 Panine Ridge, loaded with talent. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prizes up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, Altitude Network, and other regional networks across the country. Take your place into the winner's circle. This horse loves to win. 7 wins now from 20 career starts and wins second off the claim for Ray Handel.
You can't stop Richard Migliore and myself when we put a check mark on a horse. No, finally get a W, but congratulations. Good placing here. Qatar Racing, or Qatar Racing, Raymond and Handel, and Joel Rosario gave this horse a good ride because he always kept him intact. There's your late pick 5 follow along, and I don't know how Patriot Drive's going to play, Wolfie, because if you look at the racing form, he was 7-2 on the morning line. We'll see.
Yeah, that was a wide open race. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And here with 2-winner day, Ray Handel. Ray, take your place. Not taking his place back in your barn today as he was claimed, but nice placement by you.
Yeah, no, it was okay. We can live with that. I think this is probably top dollar for him, but we wanted to get the W, and he came through and got the job done for us today.
We saw Ectobar win earlier too, but he's staying with you. You were talking earlier that you have the spot already picked out for him next time.
Yeah, we snuck him by. I mean, we might look at some MTO spots because he is so good off the turf here, but probably stick with the spot, and if they want him next time, they can have him. But we'd be looking for a W in the same spot in Saratoga.
Ray, I've been thinking about your roots and where you started because you just got back from a vacation in Jamaica. For a kid that didn't necessarily grow up with a racing family, you delved in and have really, skyrocketed to where you are now.
Yeah, it's been good. I've been really blessed with a lot of people that have helped me along the road getting here. And it's just been an amazing ride. I've had a lot of good support from owners, from my peers, Tom, people that I've worked under before, just supporting me, and everybody's been really happy for me. And it's not like, tear somebody down, but pick them up and help them.
First job?
First job was hot walking at Calder when I was 15 years old for Larry Bates. I snuck into the backside, skipped school, snuck out, rode the bus with my lunch money, and got a job hot walking at Calder, and the rest is history.
That's awesome. That's a great story, Ray. It really is. But congratulations. You're proving that skipping school paid off.
Yeah, this time it did.
Always fun to catch up with Ray in the winner's circle, guys.
Two-win days. Maggie mentioned and that he's a talented young trainer.
He really is. You can see he obviously loves what he's doing. And anytime you love something you're doing, you're going to excel at it. But we have to say, for you kids out there, stay in school.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Stay in school.
I never skip school to go to the racetrack, ever.
To the ballpark, baby.
That's where you got your education in this game.
Oh, God. So you get your education in life, too.
Grade 3, Panine Ridge, our feature race on this Saturday afternoon. And this is a bit of a surprise. Wow. Seismic wave for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott right now, favored from a 6-1 morning line.
I think the money's real, Rich, because the exotics are showing it. And when you look at Seismic Wave, I get it. The Chad Brown horses, it's Chad Brown, flashy, but Seismic Wave's probably got the best resume. If you look, 2-time winner, a second and a third.
Well, and do you think the fact that Joel Rosario stays there instead of sticking with Value Proposition, who he broke his maiden with so impressively, is playing into people's minds a bit?
A tiny bit. It's a good point.
Right?
Interesting move there. You never know what goes into that. Could have had the call earlier, but interesting move.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. And Ron Anderson, Joel Rosario's agent, makes very few mistakes.
No, he's very, very sharp. Obviously, he was the agent of the late, great Garrett Gomez. He's been doing some great work for a long time, so he knows how to choose his horses. And, Richie could be right on this. Maybe that's why the 7's opening up so live here.
All right, we'll talk plenty more about our feature race in a moment. I want to continue to look at the sensational Saturday that we have coming up a week from today, and the Ogden Phipps is part of that. Midnight Bisou will be coming to Belmont, coming in off 3 consecutive victories. 3 for 3 so far this year. Started out at Sam Houston with a win where she was up just in time for the victory, and looks like she's gotten better and stronger win by win this year.
Well, this was just a starting point, something to shake the ring rust off, and that's what you want. You know, starting at a place like Sam Houston, get a useful effort, get the W2, then she comes back, big win in the Apple Blossom.
Yeah.
I think she's matured very nicely from 3 to 4, Paul.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, I think she surprised a lot of people, right? You know, I think people always thought, she just doesn't do it flashy. She just gets it done, though, you know, and she's not the biggest filly in the world, but she loves what she does. She's getting a little sass as well, but she can flat out run, and she brings her lunch pail every time to the starting gate.
That was a win over a late in that Grade 1 Apple Blossom as well.
Yeah.
8 for 14 lifetime Midnight Bisou. Meanwhile, Come Dancing. Wow, has she been incredible for trainer Carlos Martin. Wins in the Grade 3 Distaff of the Grade 2 Ruffian by a combined 14 lengths in those last 2 efforts.
It's just absolutely so impressive. Carlos Martin gets a hold of a really good mare here and knows what to do with her. They were patient. They've been rewarded for their patience. And she's been ultra impressive. I think she's going to give Midnight Bisou all she can handle.
I'm with you. I don't care. Everybody keeps talking about it's a wet track. She ran a 114 by her right before this wet track effort. Would she get a buyer back on this one?
114, this was 103.
Well, I mean, like, she can flat out run, okay? I don't care if it's concrete, gravel, rocks, you name it. She's going to give Midnight Bisou, or she's going to say, you know what, you better come get me. This is the real deal. And like Richie said, I think a lot of people forget Carlos Martin knows what to do with a good racehorse.
She is 6 for 10 in her career. We know she likes the one-turn mile on the 16th at Belmont. Granted, it was against a lot easier competition.
Yeah.
It was a sloppy racetrack of the Royal Delta, but she was impressive that day.
But I also think she's a filly that runs up to her level. When she has to find more, she finds more. I think she gets home court advantage because she trains here at Belmont. All she's got to do is walk over from her stall.
No, it's true. It's true. I think she's got a big, big shot over this racetrack. And especially if the weather stays good, everything stays dry, the drier this racetrack is, the faster it is going to be for her and play into her hands.
Meanwhile, Woody Stevens, Mind Control, Grade 1 winner of the Hopeful as a 2-year-old. He will line up for Gregory Sacco, and he's coming in off that win in the Bayshore when he beat much better in Call Paul and did so convincingly.
And if you come to Belmont Park, right in the main lobby of the clubhouse entrance is Woody Stevens' corner. We've got a lot of his trophies. Man saddled 5 consecutive Belmont Stakes winner, absolute legend here at Belmont Park. I love what they did with Mind Control. Greg Sacco stood on the strength of his convictions. He said, this is not a 1 1/8, a 1 1/4, 1.5 mile horse. He's a better one-turn horse, and he played to his horse's strength, and he's been rewarded with big efforts, and I like him staying at the 7/8 distance.
And his main people that he's been training for a long time, Red Oak Stable, they've got to be just elated, to be honest with you, no pun intended. I mean, she really has turned out to be a nice horse, and she's turned out to be a game horse, and I'm happy for Greg. He's a guy that's been out in New Jersey for a long time, in Monmouth, shipped horses here and there down here in New York, and he's had some good ones that I think a lot of people don't forget about as well, but she's nice, and she's gritty, too.
Well, it would have been so easy to fall into that trap and try to make him a Derby horse, right?
Yeah.
But they said, no, you know what? This is what our horse does best. We're going to play to his strength. And the Brunetti family, Red Oak Stable, custodians of Hialeah Racetrack for many years.
Yeah.
Here's a look at Lexingtonian Jack Sisterson. Trains his son of Spitestown, who's coming off a win in the Grade 3 Chick Lang at Pimlico.
And this is a horse that I think had a great setup. There was a fast pace. He put himself more in the game than I even thought he might, and rewarded. He's going to have to step up his game a little bit more.
17-1
I think
in that
going
win.
7/8.
You got to give Jack Sisterson some credit. Here's a kid that walked to a racetrack, really hadn't been in racing, goes into the Doug O'Neill barn, now is by himself going on his own, and he's winning races. This is not easy to do just to become a trainer, and he's done this over like a 5-6 year period, started buying horses for Doug and them, and now he's gone out on his own, and he's winning races, and he took this horse off Todd Pletcher. Like, it's nice, like, took him off some slouch. Game little win, too.
And he's moved him up.
I know.
Off Todd Pletcher.
Yeah.
That is it's incredible what he's done with this horse. So we'll see. That was an unexpected win at 70-1, but if he can take another step forward, he's going to need to take a step forward because Mind Control He is a serious racehorse.
7/8 specialist, too. That's his distance.
Well, we're going to take a break. Our feature race, the Grade 3 Panine Ridge, is coming up when we return. Loaded group, Chad Prown with a pair of runners, Todd Pletcher with a pair of runners. We'll be back.
He's bred to lead. His name is Commissioner.
Elliot, I can't wait to see the Commissioner foals run this year. He was always one of the best foals we had. He was always one of the best yearlings we had. He was a maiden special weight winner at 2 at Saratoga. He went on to be a multiple graded stakes winner, and he's the last classic place son of APND.
Let me tell you, they looked the part at the sale. He's by APND. He's got a bottom side to boot. He's got every chance. I'm really excited about this crop.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
They're into the stretch, and Analyze It comes up to the neck of Catholic Boy and goes on by. Analyze It has taken the lead in mid-stretch here. Catholic Boy trying to hold second position on the inside, had to steady there, and it's a long way back to Untamed Domain in third. Analyze It comes down to the 16th pole. Catholic Boy comes at him on the outside. Catholic Boy's gonna beat him. Catholic Boy came up on the outside of Analyze It and ran him down to win the Panine Ridge.
Doesn't matter how many times I watch that, it is still just amazing. You cannot believe Catholic Boy gets past in the stretch by. This was a really good, highly regarded racehorse who was undefeated at the time and Analyze It. Comes back, re-rallies, goes outside to beat him. He'd do it again in the Belmont Derby.
And this just doesn't happen. Horses can't stop, particularly when they're tired with 1/8 of a mile to go and re-rally. It's not like driving a car. They've got to build momentum. This pointed out that Catholic Boy had an incredible amount of tenacity. He just a will to win, and he's relentless. He's not a horse that's got a quick acceleration, but he never stops coming at you.
I know you've been riding and been in horse racing I've been covering horse racing for 15 years and watching horse racing. You see that once a year, like maybe. And maybe in this kind of race, once every 2 years, what Catholic Boy did. That was amazing.
Grade 3 Panine Ridge. A look at our field current odds, and this a prep for the first leg of the Turf Trinity, the 1.25 mile Belmont Derby Invitational. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll see these distances progress as we'll start here with 1 1/8 miles in this Panine Ridge Grade 3. As next month, we look forward to that Belmont Derby. As you were just saying, Greg, we'll check in with the talented duo from the Chad Brown barn, beginning with number 1. That is Value Proposition. And he debuted, and it was pretty impressive considering he was still green too in the stretch running of that race, and he comes back in here, he's way more fit. I was actually worried about his fitness levels coming into that debut, and he's a lot more defined, he's a lot more sharp as well. I mean, this horse has really woken up since that debut. I've seen it in his training. He's a pretty easy horse to spot, and almost black with a lot of white on him, so it's my favorite coloring as well, so I always pay attention to those. But this horse could be very, very nice. I like him more in the paddock now that I've seen him before this effort. Number 3 is Demarchelier. He's done exactly what I hoped he'd do when I saw him in his debut as a 2-year-old. He had a lovely frame, but still kind of a little bit of a backwards baby type of look to him, but he's progressing. He's becoming more athletic. He's really fit here for his second start of this season as well, and he's one that I just think just keeps getting better as better as the distances get longer. So DeMarchelier is a potent duo for the Chad Brown barn. Now, Hall of Famer Bill Mott will send one out for Judd Mont, and that's number 7, Seismic Wave in here. A horse that I liked a lot as a 2-year-old. Very beautiful horse. He's beautifully balanced. He just has a great look about him. The way he moves, you can see how he's bouncing around here in the paddock. They did keep him quiet in the stall pretty much the whole time in here today, because I didn't notice it last year, but maybe he does have a propensity to get a little wound up. He hasn't done anything wrong by my standards here, and this horse has done well from 2 to 3. First time laying eyes on him. He, at least from the looks department here in the paddock, seems to be the biggest threat for me to the Chad Brown too. Greg.
Maggie, thanks, and he is the favorite right now. So the 7, Seismic Wave, both he and the horse who was outside, Henley's Joy, I should say, the 8, coming out of the Grade 2 American Turf, and they were both impossibly wide in that race.
Impossibly wide, and these are horses that have foundation. They've got true racing to back up what they're about to do going the mile and a furlong. They both sport, well, I should say Seismic Wave sports a win at a mile and 1/8, but Henley's Joy making his 10th start, you know he's got foundation, and I'm a big believer in that. Value proposition might just be a freak. And I go back to this, Paul. They knew Mike Tyson was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He still had about 20 tune-up fights before he started fighting real contenders.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. The thing about Henley's Joy, like I say this all the time, the toughest thing to do is to go into winners for the first time. This horse going into a Grade 3. We've seen Chad Brown do this a ton of times. I want you to look at Henley's Joy's PPs. Besides the last race where the horse got completely eliminated, a dirt race and a yielding turf race. Every other race, second by a half, second by a neck, winner, second by a nose, winner, winner. Horse is always right there over a fast turf, and that's what you're getting today. This is as firm as it can be.
Post Parade brought to you by OCD Pellets, celebrating over 10 years of supporting the equine industry with their 2-in-1 bone and joint supplement. For more information, go to OCDpellets.com. As we look at value proposition, he was special first time out, but he was very green in the stretch.
Very green when he lost his company, when he got away from horses. He's beautifully bred son of Dancili, who should be very tough to beat here.
That is a Chad Brown runner, and so is this one, who is a perfect 2 for 2 so far. He won at Keeneland last start.
More workmanlike than he's been dazzling, but he has done nothing wrong to date.
It's a Marchelier, named after the French fashion photographer. Here is Social Paranoia, part of a pair for Todd Pletcher. Comes out of the Grade 2 American Turf.
I knew you would know that, Wolfie. Some of the photography that's on my wall has been done by you, my friend. This horse has gotten better with blinkers, and I'm wondering what Jose is going to do if he's going to push.
He ran very good against the undefeated Digital Age last start. Here is Clint Maroon. He's reeled off 3 in a row for Todd Pletcher.
3 in a row, and I think he's potentially one of the pace factors as well. The other Todd Pletcher, Social Paranoia, has got the speed, but Clint Maroon was very effective last time wire to wire on a slow pace in the Woodhaven.
Biggest price on the board. This is Magnificent McCool for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, I mean, a horse that's only been on the turf 3 times, and he's really overmatched in here at 22 to 1.
Seismic Wave, he's still our favorite. He comes out of that Digital Age victory on Derby Day. He was only beat a length and a half.
And he came from well back that day. Like you said earlier, Greg, he was wide. Joel Rosario stays here. I find that very intriguing.
And Henley's Joy, he was in that same race. He stumbled out of the gate. He was 8 wide, even wider than Seismic Wave. He was closing pretty furiously as well.
Yeah, I think he's got a big and sneaky shot. And when Johnny V, first time aboard, could be key.
6 to 1 on the outside. So still favoritism to Seismic Wave, Joel Rosario. Bill Mott, as we get a look at Clint Maroon, 3 consecutive victories. And that last win in the Woodhaven, gate to wire win, he got very easy fractions up front, though.
Yeah, slow pace, Paul, no doubt, and he dictated things. But he's a horse that doesn't need a lead. Who do you think out of the Pletcher pair? And I think it's one of those 2 that'll be on the lead. Who do you think possesses more natural speed?
I don't know, because the race before this, he was able to rate pretty kindly and go on with it. I think he's a better horse than just a speed horse, is Clint Maroon. So he's finishing pretty nicely here. Now, the other Pletcher runner, that's a good question. Like, again, Social Paranoia with the blinkers on, he's been able to rate, but,
he comes at a faster pace races,
yeah,
too.
he does. And last time, the American Turf, okay effort, but they weren't going crazy up front. It's going to be very interesting who goes to the front end in this race, because Magnificent McCool might be the horse to just mess things up on the front end, the big long shot.
So 6 to 1 on Social Paranoia. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with Stuart Grant of the Elkstone Group that will send out Social Paranoia. First, Stuart, you have the best name. Social Paranoia, that's a great name.
Yeah, we're having fun with that. We love naming horses. Sometimes we name them after friends. Sometimes we name them after song titles. Sometimes cases that I've had in court. So it's all good.
Stuart, a very established lawyer here in New York as well, down Delaware, Mid-Atlantic region. But Social Paranoia, Stuart, his 3-year-old debut was sensational. Does he continue to go that way?
Well, I hope so. He had a great debut. His second race obviously was out in Churchill, and he ran really well. Got stuck on the inside where it was a little bit soft, and I think that may have cost him the race. And we'll see third time back off the layoff whether he can step up.
All right, well, we'll see what he can do, but we're also excited to see 3-year-old champion female of last year, Monomoy Girl, come back. How is she doing, and where is she in her comeback trail?
Well, we're quite excited also. Originally we had targeted giving her some time off and making it back for the Apple Blossom, and, as often happens in racing, unforeseen circumstances happen, but she's doing really well now. She got a clean bill of health. She went back into training in the early part of this week. She's jogging now, and I hope at the end of Saratoga that we may see her.
Oh, that's so exciting. Talk a little bit, too, about the ride she took you guys on last year.
So that's what you dream of in racing is a horse like that. And, the family all got together, everyone, my wife, the kids, and we all did it. And the idea that I have partners like Mike and like Saul and Mike Caruso, and we just traveled everywhere she went. In fact, her opening race down in New Orleans at the fairgrounds, my son, who was a senior at Tulane, he was there with all his buddies, and actually they let her in after the win. So it was just an unbelievable ride. She crossed the finish line first every race that she had, and you just dream about horses like that. And she is a wonderful filly, and we're just excited to have her back for her 4-year-old year.
I'm getting chills just listening to you talk about that. She was truly special. Looking forward to seeing her, and best of luck here with Social Paranoia.
Thanks so much.
All right, always good to catch up with Stuart Grant of the Elkstone Group, guys.
And Social Paranoia, coming out of a race which I think is the toughest race of anybody in here. A Seismic Wave, Henley's Joy coming out of it as well. Digital Age, we mentioned, undefeated, who won that race. Thread of Blue, who was right in front of Social Paranoia, ran second, is going to be the favorite in the Penn Mile later today. It's part of that cross-country pick 5. But Social Paranoia was right there with those 2 runners.
And he's a horse that can create his own trip. If he's not on the lead, he's going to put himself in position. So he's going to be laying 1-2, I believe. I think, Paul, you're right about the 6 Magnificent McCool maybe being the fly in the ointment. But he was very game here, Social Paranoia. He fought it out. He just didn't quite have enough at the end. But Digital Age and Thread of Blue are very quality animals.
And look at the 5 and the 10 there. Those are the 2 we keep talking about who had that wide trip. Yeah. That's your favorite right now, and Henley's Joy.
Yeah, Henley's Joy was the 10, and there was the rolling late. I have a feeling that 8's going to run a big race. And then when you go back and you watch the replay of that race, if they ran that race 5 more times, you'd have 5 different winners. I really do feel that, because you know what it is, 13 horses in the field, it's all about trip.
Well, turf is all about trips, particularly with a big field. I agree with you, and soft ground just compounds that because who's going to handle it?
Yeah. Maggie, we take a look here at value proposition. Look, the way this sets up, this is on the inner turf. That turn comes up almost immediately. We don't have a huge field here. We only have 7 runners in the group. But how much does this hurt, especially a horse like the 8 being drawn outside here? How much ground can you lose?
Well, it's not helpful because, at least he's not so, he's slow enough early that maybe Johnny can kind of tuck, because you don't want to be 3, 4, 5 wide into that first turn. And here's the insider's value proposition. Now, watch him in the stretch now. He gets clear of his competition pretty easily. Joel's going to get after him a little bit left-handed to keep his attention, but watch this move he makes towards the fence here. He kind of ducks at the fence. He's just a horse that completely lost his focus. Now, he ran a 90 buyer figure, losing his focus. Now, obviously, these horses are going to entertain him a bit more today, Paul. He's going to have something more to run at. And I think he will put himself a little bit more in the race because of the race under his belt. Yeah. He should be sharp in the inside. And he gets Jose Lezcano. Nobody's riding better at Belmont right now.
I heard you guys earlier mentioning, what is it, riding 38% compared to baseball. Well, it'd be like batting 500, because if you think about it, if you're 15%, you're a solid jockey. If you're hitting 150, you're in the minor leagues. So what he's doing right now is unbelievable. It's at another level. So I don't think it's anything, and you can't think anything of it. A lot of us are picking the one. The one probably needs seasoning, but man, that was impressive. But I also think there's some horses in there that give this horse a handful, and I think the 8's going to run a big race at that price.
Well, Mig, you brought it up earlier. You talked about how immensely a talented value proposition showed he was first time out. But your Tyson comparison, he got all those fights to work on what he needed to work on before he became the champion. Were you saying that we might need to see him be a little more seasoned before he becomes what he truly can be here?
Yeah, and I feel that, and I'm going against what I normally think.
Yeah,
I'm going against my instincts.
Same here.
Only because I think this horse might be what we'll in racetrack parlance call a freak. I just think he might be another dimension.
Look what I wrote too.
You got it on your paper
I
right
wrote
there.
it on my paper, and here and listen to me. You will lose money over time when you bet horses first time against winners, against multiple winners.
Yeah.
The 8 here, Henley's Joy, has won 3 times. Seismic Wave has won twice. Clint Maroon has won 3 times. Over time, you're going to lose picking horses like the one. We're falling into this trap, but I think the horse is a special horse. So,
and here's the other thing I thought, Paul. We're getting 7-2. If this horse wins, we will never get 7-2 on this horse again. So I'm kind of playing the price a little bit as well.
Hey, and let's not forget, you have another Chad Brown runner in this race.
That's undefeated.
Who is undefeated. Yeah. He's 2 for 2 now. Look, his debut, I don't think, blew a lot of people away. Not the way that Value Propositions did. But his second start was extremely impressive. We talked about the strength of that field, too. Now he's making his third start. He might be a little more ready for this next step.
Well, absolutely. It's his third start. He's been more workmanlike. He hasn't been dazzling. And, of course, everybody likes to see that quick turn of foot that, Value Proposition was able to show. And then even that greenness kind of pointed out that, man, he's not even all in, and he's running that well.
Yeah.
So this is a great race.
This is the race that started Catholic Boy on his ascent to Grade 1 wins on turf and dirt last year. His Value Proposition up to the challenge. He has the rail, and start number 2 for Chad Brown. He could be special. Let's go upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call. Here's Larry Collmus.
Henley's Joy and John Velasquez coming up to the outside stall here will be last to load, and they're all in line. They're off in the Panine Ridge. Value Proposition started alertly from the inside. Clint Maroon also flashing some early foot. These two out for the lead going into that turn and pushed a little bit wide there. Magnificent McCool and Henley's Joy on the far outside as Social Paranoia slips through an opening and now battles for third. DeMarchelier is second last early on. Seismic Wave is the trailer onto the backstretch. Value Proposition up top here leads the way a half a length. On the outside, Clint Maroon is second. The first quarter's up in 24.53 seconds. And then comes Magnificent McCool third on the outside, followed by Social Paranoia, Henley's Joy, and DeMarchelier is racing 5 from the front. The trailer is Seismic Wave. So up the backstretch they go. Value Proposition doing it on the lead today, on top a half a length. And then it's Clint Maroon on the outside second. Social Paranoia inside of Magnificent McCool, third and fourth through a 49.27 half. Henley's Joy follows in fifth, 4.5 lengths off the lead to Marchelier and Seismic Wave. So into the far turn they go. Value Proposition is the leader as they make their way around the turn. Clint Maroon continues to put on the pressure. They're just a head apart now. Magnificent McCool is third on the outside. On the rails, Social Paranoia saves all the ground here. 2 off the lead, then Henley's Joy, Marchelier on the far outside, and Seismic Wave. 3/4, 112.98. They're into the stretch. Clint Maroon on the outside. Now pokes a neck in front. Value Proposition starts to give way, and Marchelier is closing with Social Paranoia and Henley's Joy. Seismic Wave on the far outside is coming too with strong late strides. Here comes Seismic Wave down the center trying to catch DeMarchelier. DeMarchelier, Seismic Wave, DeMarchelier on the Panine Ridge. Seismic Wave was second, Social Paranoia and Henley's Joy.
DeMarchelier crosses the wire first for trainer Chad Brown with Javier Castellano aboard.
The workman-like Chad Brown,
Yeah.
the one who wasn't doing things dazzling. He got it done with an extremely well-timed ride. Now, there was some bumping going on towards the back of the pack, and I'm really not sure who the culprit was, but we're going to keep an eye on it.
Watch the 3. The 3's the widest of all, okay, right now. Now watch how many passes this horse comes in, or what happens here. There's bumping there, right there, they bump. Now watch Castellano as this horse continues to lug in, Richie, and I don't know if something happens here or something there, but more lugging in, but it doesn't look like anybody is stopping at all. So
I think the first incident was a little bit of the inside coming out as well as him taking a step in. Great job to straighten him up, and he had enough momentum. Seismic Wave came with a big late run, maybe had a bit too much to do.
And by the way, we fell right into the trap. we
sure
talked
did.
about it, and listen, the one just ran off a tiny bit, and we don't really know. Obviously, the horse ran unbelievable first time out, and then we try to beat a horse that is a first-time, has never been beat. Now we got the head on here.
Here's the head on, and I think we'll see that the inside comes out a bit first.
Okay, so that's
the inside came out, initiated the contact. Now he was trying to get in after that, but he did a real good job keeping him straight.
It shows you how much the best he is, because watch him grab a hold of the right rein right here to avoid contact. Phenomenal job.
And you could see the effort with the horse's head pointed out. That's when a rider's really making an effort.
He's not even hitting, and the horse is going by.
Yeah, this was a very confident, well-judged ride by Javier Castellano.
Great job. Wow.
3 for 3. He's undefeated. Meanwhile, his stablemate, that was a tough beginning, if we can show it to you at some point, from value proposition. Not where Jose Lezcano wanted to be with his horse early on.
No, he kind of asked him away from the gate to secure inside position from that post 1, and then the horse got rank, and he just couldn't get him to switch back off. So here was a horse that his style the first time was to make one run. Now he's having to make the running with more seasoned individuals.
Well, go ahead and talk about this.
All right,
Richie.
here, you're going to see. Keep your eye on Jose Lezcano. Now, he's going to lean forward, kind of shoots the reins at him. You see how he kind of his body language, post 1 with the white and red. And now, once he established the position, he reached up to grab him, but you can see now the horse is already turned on. And now he's pulling, and he wants to run off a little bit, and he got a little bit keen. You don't know how a horse is going to react when you switch them on like that, if you have the ability to switch them back off.
That can take a lot out of a horse, can it?
Oh, absolutely. And again, when a horse makes one run when they break their maiden, they only run a short part of the race. When a horse has to make the running, they have to take a whole nother fitness level because they're running the whole race.
It's DeMarchelier, the stablemate of value proposition, with the win in the Grade 3 Panine Ridge. Chad Brown collects another winner, and he's got a nice one here, who is undefeated. We'll be back to wrap up our feature race right after this on America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
With the exception of Frankel, Air Force Blue is Timeform's highest-rated juvenile in nearly 20 years. He was a 3-time Grade 1 winning champion juvenile.
Air Force Blue. Air Force Blue. A really good horse.
His first weanlings have sold for up to $210,000.
In the back, $210,000, Ralph. Thank you.
He's Warfront's best juvenile from a family of champions. A force on the track, a force in the ring. Air Force Blue.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Javier Castellano. It's been on board for each and every start of DeMarchelier. 3 consecutive victories for trainer Chad Brown. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. And here with Javier Castellano, as you just said, undefeated with DeMarchelier. Javi, this horse just really seems like he's maturing, even though he keeps winning, too.
The way he did it today, very amazing, you know, with the slow pace and the way he finished. First time we stretch him on my NA, always in my 16. And I think it's a very good horse because the way that he did it today with the slow pace and the way he finished is amazing. I think that horse, he can stretch him out, he can do a little better.
I was just going to say the Belmont Derby, obviously this is a prep, 1.25 miles. He just keeps finding.
Absolutely, the way he did it, the horse. And I think it's Chad been managing the horse the right way. I'm very lucky to enjoy the ride.
That is very true, Javi. Hopefully you remain undefeated on DeMarchelier, as hopefully we'll see him in the Belmont Derby. Congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, undefeated still. Guys, very nice one for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown.
Yeah, Peter Brandt with a very nice one. We heard earlier from Chad Brown. He's not here this afternoon over in Europe. Watch a runner in the French Derby, but he's going to be very excited about this victory.
Peter Brandt, a guy who loves the game, was really heavily vested in the game in the 80s into the 90s, kind of took a step back, but he's come back in a big way recently, buying Payson Park, the training center, and buying a lot of good horse flesh.
You know the dangerous thing about this horse is it's got Sadler's Well on the bottom side. Love is all you need. Great dam, the name of it. Dubai is the sire. This horse is going to love cutting the ground. So, wow, if it rains one day, this horse is going to be even tough, like he won last time at Keeneland. And now the late pick 5 has gotten your attention a little bit. It's going to be nice because I think a lot of people singled the one value proposition there.
And for value proposition, didn't go the way he wanted to from the outset. So definitely a horse that we need to keep our eye on next time out, right?
Listen, you never throw a horse out off of one bad effort, and you don't coronate them a champion off of one good effort. I think his trip's going to be a mile when he gets pace and he doesn't have to get keen. Dan Seeley was more of a miler, kind of tends to throw more of a mile starts. I think he's a good horse. This is not his trip.
No, I think what ended up happening is he might have benefited from getting left first time out, and he got to learn to pass horses because that's what Chad Brown, that's how he trains his horses. Today, I think he might have just got confused, like you saw him get confused. He's green. He's like, oh, I'm in front. What do I do? And he got a little rank and got confused maybe. And I just let Chad Brown do all the he'll do the work and get that horse back in shape because that first race was too good to be true, and that last one was too bad to be true.
Yeah, he's in good hands, no doubt. Obviously, we're looking forward to that Grade 3 Panine Ridge. In terms of a betting race, though, this finale is the one I was looking forward to maybe the most on today's card. We'll talk more about it coming up. Let's continue to take a look at the phenomenal card on Belmont Stakes Day. The Longines, just a game. Another loaded group, including Rushing Fall coming back for trainer Chad Brown. So far, 7 for 8 in her career, including that comeback win as a 4-year-old in the Jenny Wiley.
Yeah, she's just a phenomenal talent. And the fact that she was able to run this big off the bench, and again, a horse making all the running. More difficult to get a horse fit to do that than it is to you get a horse that you hold up and make one run. And she just kept finding. Every time there was a challenge, she had an answer for it. I think she's a superior talent, and she performs on any kind of ground, Paul. Soft, firm, it doesn't matter. She just runs.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just hit the nail on the head. And here's Bo Recall. But, yeah, she's tough to beat. Now, Bo Recall does it the other way. She's a little bit high-headed. But I'll tell you what, she came rolling home here. They didn't go that fast. Well, they actually went 112 and change, but you can see under right-hand urging, she really gets going. Like I said, she's going to carry her head a little bit higher than the previous horse we just saw, but that's a nice turn of foot, and you need that here. You can see she swaps off to her lead because she knows she wins there. That was a nice little race there.
5-year-old mare for trainer Brad Cox. She's been first or second in 11 of her 22 starts. Every race we keep talking about a week from today, just absolutely loaded and all kinds of superstars on a program. It's really like a Breeders' Cup Day.
It really is. I mean, it rivals Breeders' Cup Day actually more if you really think about it. It's what, 8 or 9 grade 1s. There's going to be multiple pick 4s, pick 5s, you name it. And the wagering will be close to the Breeders' Cup Day. Yeah, it's starting to get better than that almost. The Met Mile this year might be one of the best Met Miles we'll ever see.
And we're going to get to see an immensely fast runner, talented sprinter on both dirt and turf line up in the Jaipur. That is World of Trouble for Jason Service. He just won the Grade 2 turf sprint over at Churchill Downs. Before that, he won the Grade 1 Carter on dirt.
pretty remarkable to have a horse that can translate that kind of speed to dual surfaces. And he is a horse, you want to talk about a horse that wants to win. He knows where the wire is, and he fights for it, Paul. So not only is he talented, he's got that tenacity that only great racehorses possess.
He's a freak. I hate when people say, "Oh, people throw around freak all the time." This horse is a freak. I mean, he can win on grass. You don't win on grass like that in a turf sprint. That's ridiculous what he's doing to the field.
It's at 5.5 furlongs,
and he might be better on dirt.
Blowing them away.
I mean,
and
it's sick.
Before that, he won at 7 furlongs on dirt. He's sensational.
He
Trained
really
by
is.
Jason Service. He's won 8 at 12 lifetime starts. He's going to be going up against, of course, was a former world record holder at 6 furlongs on the turf. Disco partner.
He needs it to be like pavement. He needs it hard as can be. The harder it is, the better
Hard
for
the
Disco
ground,
partner.
the better it is for Disco Partner, no
Yeah.
doubt. And the Generasios breed a good horse. This is a sensational horse, a New York bred, and the majority of the Generasio horses are all gray, which is phenomenal. Every once in a while they'll have a bay in there, but most of them are gray. And this horse, like Paul said, he gets hard ground. Look out.
Yeah, he can be tough. I mean, he's a world record holder for a reason, and so he can throw a good race in. But I tell you what, if the turf course is fast, you better use them.
$1.3 million in earnings, but that race goes through World of Trouble.
100%.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. But the ground will have a lot to say with who, to me, will be the horse to beat.
Yeah.
Well, in the nightcap, maybe this one, the horse to beat. Something Joyful. She has been off since December 1st, making her 5-year-old return to the races, trying to get the second win of her career. We'll talk through this nightcap field when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Maraud, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have our nightcap coming up, and it is a tremendous betting race. Very wide open group here, New York breds in an entry-level allowance. 6 furlongs on the turf, and the favorite right now, Something Joyful, a 5-year-old, which is 1 win on her resume for Jeremiah Engelhardt. She's been off since early December.
A 5-year-old that's only got 4 starts. She made 1 start in 2017, 3 spaced out starts in 2018. Jeremiah Engelhardt, very proficient at getting horses ready to fire off the bench, though.
Yeah, he's very good at turf sprints, right? You look at there, 21%. And, you know, she had a decent trip last time. She got to the rail. She did not break good at all. And he got her to the rail, did Castellano. Then he got the split. And what ends up happening here is watch the other horse right behind him sort of Ricky Bobby's her a little bit and sort of what we call a shake and bake a tiny bit, and she's just going to get ripped here to the wire. Bad beat. But, like, the 2 basically followed her, doesn't win the race if the 7 doesn't go.
She was the fullback kind of blowing through the line, setting it up for the halfback to get the spot.
Well, she's the co-favorite right now along with the 10 Mama Mary, the speedster. Time for a paddock report. We're going to check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Hey, Greg, and here in the paddock, want to check in with some horses coming in off layoffs, including the one you guys were just talking about. That's number 5, Something Joyful. Now, she comes from a family, actually, I think this dam was bred to Kitten's Joy every single time. They've had some success. Now, as Richie was saying, you never feel that confident with 5-year-olds who are only making their 5th career start, as she's fairly wound up here in the paddock as well. She's getting the tack on. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep, that's not great. All right. Like I said, I don't like to see that. And 2, while her coat doesn't look as good, she looks pretty fit here. But then again, last year, she kind of looked the same. She wasn't acting like this, though. I haven't seen this bad behavior from her in the past. As we'll take a look at some other runners from to the outside. Number 10, Mama Mary. Poor Mama Mary. She was like a lot of horses, though, last year that just got rained off consistently. And she finally broke her maiden, though, on a sloppy main track. She finally gets back to the turf after only having her debut on it. This time around, it's her 6th career start. She comes back in here sharp. She's a little on edge, too, as well, as they're having a little bit of difficulty getting the tack on her. As we see the pony standing in front of her stall. She's in the back there. She does come in here looking fit, and I like her getting back to the turf. We'll see. It feels like both of these fillies and mare are having a little bit of trouble shaking off the ring rust and those nerves. As number 12, Andarta, she's cool as a cucumber here in the paddock, one of 2 Tom Albatrani horses. She had some speed last year and a fairly gaudy fig going back to Saratoga, going the 5.5. Can she last coming back off the layoff, going the 6 here? She does look fit enough, I will say, and she's gotten a bit bigger from 2 to 3. So if you can ignore her effort in the Salima, she gets back here with New York breds, and you go off that 2nd start, way she looks here, she could be fairly dangerous. It's a tough outside post, though. I'd like to see what Mig thinks about outside posts, though, in these 6 furlong races.
Mig, what do you think?
I don't like outside posts in any kind of race. That's me. I just, you're outside, you spend your first quarter of a mile looking to get inside, either by clearing or finding a break, and I just think it simplifies things when you're down on the inside. You don't have to fight your way there, particularly on the turf, because they're not dealing with kickback.
Yeah. You know more than me. I'm not going to be Andy and try to top that.
Big Brown didn't seem to mind it in the Kentucky Derby.
No, but he's a superior talent. He laid over.
It
has nothing to do with this. No, I'm just kidding.
I got a question for you. Why are the outside posts in the Kentucky Derby in the auxiliary gate as sort of the last 10 years, a lot of horses from the outer posts have been winning, Mig.
Well, because such a big field, you get so much traffic and everybody jamming up on the inside that it compromises horses. But I still would prefer to be inside than outside in almost any situation, except for maybe these elongated one-turn races at Belmont.
So that wasn't specific to a turf sprint, what we're dealing with here?
Sometimes no, well, more so in turf races in general, and turf sprints, I want to be more to the inside. Yeah. I don't want to, especially, this is a young horse, Andarta. She's only had 3 starts. Horses tend to run to empty space. She's got a lot of empty space outside of her. So you hope she gets away clean and doesn't take that step to the outside, because then the rider has to correct her. And going 6 furlongs in the turf, you don't really want to waste time correcting a horse.
Here's Mazzo Bella for Jason Service. Now, she won for 50 maiden claiming, a couple starts back at Gulfstream. A lot of runners have come out of that race to come back and win against maiden special weight.
Yeah,
at least a couple.
Well, listen, Jason Service, he needs no introduction. He gets a horse in form, and they hold their form, Paul.
They do. There's one thing you can say about him. His horses win races. They continue to win races. It was a productive race, and you wonder, as you see the Ortiz brothers, I wonder what they say to each other half the time.
Talking about dinner, maybe?
Not really. I'll tell you what, when I was doing the thing with Wilson Ramos, and they had the biggest smiles on their face. They're both huge Met fans, and I always tell the story all the time. Jose Ortiz had Jose Reyes' glove, and I remember he DM'd it to me a long time ago. I goes, no way. And we got him to go to Shea, and he got to meet Jose, and it was like his dream come true. But I think a lot of people don't realize that Jose was a good shortstop, and you have to have good hands, and you can't teach good hands, and Jose Ortiz got good hands.
He's got good hands on the back of a racehorse. You know, these guys are athletes, and I think it's hard sometimes for people to look at a rider and see a premier athlete because they're smaller than average people. But not just because I did it. These guys are really, really good athletes. They, our old softball team, we were really good. Basketball, they're pretty good, even though they're height disadvantaged. And they're good athletes.
That's Jose. He won the Eclipse Award for Outstanding Rider 2 years ago. his brother, Irad, won it last year. Maybe that's what they were talking about. Who's going to win it this year?
What other sport are you going to get that? We get the Lopez brothers in basketball. I get it. The brothers play against each other in basketball. These guys play against each other 6-7 times a day. If you think about it, I want people to really, truly think about that, because they race almost over 200 racing days. They compete against each other over 1,000 times a year as brothers and fighting to get to the wire. And they've both been basically MVPs in their sport. That's amazing.
Now, me growing up in Brooklyn, we'd play stickball games out in the street, and my brothers and I'd be killing each other. So I can't imagine how these guys get along so well.
I know, right?
And it's the equivalent of these two brothers basically winning the MVP award in back-to-back seasons.
It's unbelievable. It's truly amazing. And like I said, you can't teach the anticipation they have. When holes open up, you'll see it a lot more. It's a lot more noticeable, and I got to see it a lot more, Richie, at Saratoga, because the turns are so much tighter that they can anticipate stuff before other guys can. That's tough to do.
Well, and great riders have that ability.
Yeah,
it's great what you say, anticipation. Great riders have anticipation, and they know who to follow. So I guess the only brothers we can compare them to in sport maybe are the Manning brothers, Peyton and Eli Manning. I mean, is that what, or not even?
I guess so. I mean, to have that much success, and obviously Dad was good. He didn't get the Super Bowl rings, but he played on bad teams, and that whole lineage. I don't know.
The female side of the family is more important.
These two kids are unbelievable. Well, he did marry Taylor, who could ride a little bit as well. So there you go. They might be having some good jockeys to his kids.
Taylor Rice, wife of Jose Lizcano. Yeah. Here's a look at short pour, and Jose will ride here for trainer Mark Hennig. This horse has looked very good in 2 turf starts.
2 turf starts were terrific. Starts up again on the turf. And short pour, I don't like short pours, but short pour definitely has good enough races if she steps forward from 2 to 3.
Had a dominating turf win at 7 furlongs at Belmont. It's a keeper, long shot for Tom Albertrani.
I've seen Greg Wolf tell a bartender, hey, you short poured me. Give me the rest of my alcohol. And this horse has gotten better with blinkers right here. And I think it's got an outside shot at a huge price.
Jason Service sends out Mozzabella. Had a victory for maiden claiming at Gulfstream.
Won at 50 cents in the dollar, but only won by a head. It's, not really getting better at the window, or is she?
And again, that race was loaded.
Yeah.
Sadie Lady, the 7, Joel Rosario, Arnaud Delacour.
I really like this filly. She was very good in her debut on the dirt, but I think she was always turf meant. She has a race under her belt, and I like her very much the horse to be.
59, a one-shot beat her last time. Here's She's Dreamin' for Tom Bush.
And Rich Schatzberg was on our show earlier, and he picked out a Tom Bush horse, gave me the Rose who won. Hopefully he's getting double on the card for Castellano.
Speaking of Eclipse Awards, that rider, he won 4 in a row, Javier Castellano. Here's Quest Tech, one of many speeds to the outside.
Yeah, Speed signed on and may have a lot of company up front. Dylan Davis has been riding terrific 4 wins yesterday.
More pace right next door. John Velasquez aboard for Joe Sharp, Mama Mary.
This horse's debut was not that bad on the turf, and all of the rest of the races have been rained off, so her form's been muddled, but the public's getting to her here at 9-2.
There's some turf pedigree here for the 11, Canarsie Princess, making her turf debut.
Plenty of turf pedigree here. Big Brown throws turf runners and Smart Strike Mare, and you get Mike Luzzy, who should just sit back and make 1 run.
And Darta to the outside. When she broke her maiden on the turf, she beat a filly named Espresso Shot, who would come back to win the Busher. Now that's on dirt, obviously, but she's a multiple stakes winner.
And she has some good numbers at 2. If she can improve at all, and Maggie liked the way she looked in the paddock, look for her early, and if she can clear this field, she could be a handful.
And something joyful, 4-1. Our favorite right now with the meet's leading rider.
Yeah, she was pretty rambunctious in the paddock. Looked like she settled down now that she's gotten on the racetrack. Jeremiah Englehart, good off the bench. And this filly's got races that are good enough to be very competitive.
When you get a horse rambunctious in the paddock like that, obviously you want to get her out. You get sort of the energy out of her, and then you take the legs out of the stirrup to try to calm her down before the race. How do you do that, or do you reverse it? Depends?
No, most of the time I want to let them have a nice little gallop, get away from the crowd, get away from the grandstand, and get them where now they kind of expended some of that nervous energy, kick my feet out on the backside, and let them catch their breath and walk to the gate.
Yeah, I see a lot of guys kick their feet out and just get them to stare and look and just sort of just calm them down. And obviously just taking a breather, right?
They actually feel some security with the legs around them as opposed to legs up in the stirrups where they know that's when they're going to perform.
Yeah.
Let's check in with Maggie.
Here in the winner's circle, going to look at number 6, Mozzabella. Well, obviously, the only time I've ever seen this filly was in her debut, as she has spent most of her time running against open company as a New York bred. Lots of missed opportunities there. But obviously getting back to her own type should help. And boy, she changed a lot physically from that debut race. So she was kind of a meatball, mozzarella meatball kind of thing. She definitely looked like that type, and she's just gotten so much more streamlined and athletic, and she's 10 times more fit. So she fits here, and she goes out for Jason Service. She makes a lot of sense, and I think number 7, Sadie Lady, makes a lot of sense too. Second start off of a layoff. I've always been intrigued by this horse getting on the turf. I think she is more of a turf horse. I loved her appearance in the paddock and out here on track. It's got a nice warm up away from the pony against with one of the best turf sprint riders that we have here in Joel Rosario. Now, Greg, you brought up number 11, Canarsie Kid, Meg 2 with the pedigree, and this one actually half to Canarsie Kid, who's a 4-time winner in turf sprints, and he was by Belong to Me, and maybe they're kind of equivalent turf sires, but I can't deny it. Big Brown liking the turf as well. She looks like it here for trainer Mike Maselli, so wouldn't be surprised if this girl can do a little bit more running with the surface change.
All right, we'll find out. You'll get greatly rewarded, 17-1. Start number 3, making her turf debut. And look, they actually thought fairly highly of her off a maiden win in her debut. They put her into a stakes race.
Yeah, big step up in company, and she didn't fare too well, but like Maggie said, pointed out, got a sibling that's been very successful turf sprinting, and I think with a race-loaded speed, just take your time, come with a late run, hope you pick up some pieces.
That's probably what Mike's going to do. Mike Luzzi aboard. You know, in her last race, Newly Minted is a different kind of filly now for when it comes to New York bred. So she probably got her heart ripped out there a little bit. Now, when it comes to the 9 here, Quest Tech, speed, 3 for 36 lifetime, and she's shown sometimes where she almost got to the wire 3 starts ago. I mean, she got ripped by Wonton Queen. That's my worry, though. Wonton Queen's like 3 for like 60 or something like that. Like, doesn't love the win races either. So she's got to run some races that are better than these horses. But at 5, it can't.
Yeah, 3 wins, 8 seconds.
Yeah, I know.
Just not that killer instinct
yeah,
at crunch
exactly.
time.
But she has numbers that can win this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If she runs her best race, it puts her squarely in the picture. You guys were talking a great deal off camera about the 12 Andarta, who's got her first 2 starts are terrific. Won her second start at Saratoga. She hit absolutely bottomless ground at Laurel. You couldn't believe how deep the turf was. If that wasn't a stake race, they probably wouldn't have run on the grass. Came home, 3/4 in 1:16. She just didn't handle it. You can put a line through it. Now, Tommy Albatrani just doesn't usually have his horses cranked up for their first start off the bench. I like this filly. I think she's got ability to compete here. Maggie says she looks fit, but usually Tom's horses need a run.
And, I mentioned who she beat in that maiden score. Espresso Shot would be, I know it's a different surface that she excels on. 1 to 100 in here?
Oh, easy. Easy, yeah.
Yeah.
The other part about this is, like, when you look at this field, I don't get how the 1's 7-1 when the 1 has passed horses before, 7 furlongs, and everybody looks at the buyers. Those are 2-year-old buyers and beat Mozzabella in her debut. We fell for it in the last race with Seismic Wave, and he almost won the race, with a short number. The 1 short pour should not be 7-1 in here. That horse should be closer to 4-1. I don't understand why, that horse is not at least close to favoritism.
Let's see, there's so many options here, though, right? This is one of those races, just and it's going to come down to trips as well.
100%.
And, I kind of like horses in the middle. My top selection is going to be the 8. She's Dreaming.
She can pass horses, Rich.
She can pass horses. Yeah. She should work out a good trip. Tom Bush won a race today. He is a trainer that when things start gelling, they kind of, fall into place for him. She's by Freud. And I like the horse just inside of her. Another Freud, Sadie Lady. So I'm going to go 8-7 with an all Freud exact and hope I get lucky.
Those 2 got nailed by, as I mentioned earlier, a 59-1 shot who came up and stole that race. But Merlin's Muse, David Donk filly, who was right behind that 59-1 shot, would win impressively next time out.
Yeah.
And both of these horses were coming off a layoff, so you hope that they have a little bit of a step forward, a little bit of improvement in them.
And with Sadie Lady, the 7, that was her first. It was not only off a layoff; it was her first time on the surface.
Yeah, it was. She looks like she just runs everything even, right? She doesn't really improve positions. She sort of stays where she's at. But Rosario has a knack, like Maggie was saying, to be a great turf sprint rider. Look for him to try to drop her back and make 1 run and not use any of her early, because there looks like there's plenty of speed for her in here.
You kind of nailed it with her. I mean, you look at that stretch run from Sadie Lady, the 7. she didn't really quicken.
Yeah,
she
has to
just
go
kind of
nowhere.
kept running in place.
Yeah. I think she wants to go all day. Like, to be honest with you, Arnold Delcourt is a great trainer. I think she wants to run all day.
Great betting race coming up. 4-1 is our favorite, and that is the 5-something Joyful. She comes in off a 6-month layoff from post 5 for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Now the favoritism has shifted to Sadie Lady, the 7. Larry Collmus, the voice of New York racing, with the call, our nightcap here at Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races.
Last couple of runners are set to move into line. Canarsie Princess is moving into the starting gate riderless as she's unseated Mike Luzzy behind the gate, but is stepping forward now into line. Mike Luzzy will get aboard in the starting gate, and Andarta will be the last one to load here. Sadie Lady now the 5-2 favorite as Andarta comes up to line and goes in. They're all in line. They're off. Good beginning here as Sadie Lady goes out to the lead in company with Mama Mary and Andarta to the outside, and right in behind them is Something Joyful. She's Dreamin'. Canarsie Princess, who was slow to start, is rushing up between horses. Quest Tech is there on the outside, and then it's back to Matzo Bella, followed by Short Pour, and It's a Keeper. Up the backstretch and for the turn, Sadie Lady, the leader a half a length. Mama Mary on the outside second. These two setting the pace through a 22.3 first quarter. And then comes on the outside Andarta up into third, followed by Something Joyful, fourth, Quest Tech, fifth in between horses. And then on the outside, She's Dreamin' moves up from sixth. Matzo Bella is seventh. It's a Keeper behind them. And then Short Pour and Canarsie Princess trails the field as they come toward the top of the stretch. And it is Sadie Lady in front through a 45.57 half, straightening out with the lead by a length. Mama Mary on the outside second. Quest Tech, She's Dreamin'. Coming on two is Matzo Bella in between horses. It's a Keeper in behind them. Short Pours in traffic, no place to go, swings up on the outside. Then Something Joyful, and they're coming down to the line. Mama Mary's now in front. Here's Matzo Bella on the outside. These two down to the line. Mama Mary holding off Matzo Bella, and then it was Sadie Lady, followed by She's Dreamin' or Short Pour.
Mama Mary, John Velasquez, trainer Joe Sharp, and a 4-year-old filly by Bodie Meister closes out the card with a win.
And got a really nice setup. You know, she rated, showed a little bit of a change of tactics, and Johnny Velasquez in the Hall of Fame for a reason.
Yeah, she's usually on the front end, extremely speedy, but this time sits off the pace for the win. And she wins it 6-1. We'll be back with prices on America's Day at the Races right after this.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Carpe Diem was a serious racehorse with the physical to match. A debut maiden special weight winner at Saratoga. He beat the graded stakes winner Ready for Rye, and he was named a TDN Rising Star that day.
Sean, he was brilliant at 2. I loved his race in the Breeders' Futurity. I also loved his race in the Bluegrass. When I saw him in the paddock, he looked absolutely stunning. This horse has it all. Looks, brilliance, class. I can't wait to 2-year-olds to hit the racetrack.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Runhappy, the champion sprinter, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. We're going to see his offspring in 2020. The nightcap goes to Mama Mary. New tactics today from the filly by Bodemeister.
Hey, Johnny Velasquez got her to settle beautifully right in behind the pace, produced her at the proper moment. And you think about Johnny Velasquez, look how strong he finishes on a horse. I mean, here he is against the young guns, the Ortiz brothers.
Yeah.
And, Johnny keeps getting it done.
Yeah, can we rewind that real quick? I know we're about ready to go back out, but we're going to the winner's circle. I'll tell you what, if you got to go back and replay that, but congratulations to the 10. Mama Mary for Brad Grady here, Joe Sharp, a Bodemeister filly out of a Jolie's Hair mare, Jessica's Halo, or Jody's Halo mare. I want you to look at the top of the lane. The one, actually, we got to go back to the top of the lane. It's wrong. The one short pour, wow. He's a bet next time. He got sawed off, and Jose Ortiz had to go to the outside, and he started running on. Look at the one. See him in the blue cap?
Yep,
you watch him right here have to stop, dead stop right here, and then he has to go all the way to the outside. He was loaded the whole stretch, and now Jose lets him go, the horse on the complete far outside. It was weird the way he was riding him. I don't know if he thought he had horse, but he dead got stopped in the lane.
6-1, Mama Mary, $14.80 for the win. Joe Sharp, Brad Grady, and John Velasquez. And Mazzabella, strong closing finish. This was a horse that a lot of people liked this afternoon. She ran very good, and she's definitely one to watch next time out as well. Take a look at the NYRA Bets late pick 5 follow along. $2,874 return.
Good
which
job,
is the biggest price, being Mama Mary at 6-1.
And the pick 4, almost about $700 and some odd dollars. Really good pick 4. And yeah, that pick 6 about $8,000.
Our Saturday Showdown contest winner, Tiger Rose, well done. Puts together $278. Again, you can play that contest each and every day for free without risking any of your own money. Now, I usually play. I didn't play today.
Why not? You always play.
Yeah, I'll get back in it tomorrow. But again, you're competing for real prizes. I'm not eligible for the prizes. You are. We're going to be back tomorrow, by the way. We're on Fox Sports 2 tomorrow and Sunday, 4:30 to 6. We are on Altitude, Prime Ticket, and MSG Plus tomorrow from 4 to 6. So we will see you then. We will close out the week strong. It was DeMarchelier in the Grade 3 Panine Ridge. All the talk about a superstar in the making and value proposition. Things didn't go his way this afternoon. They did go DeMarchelier's way. He is 3 for 3, undefeated. For Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, and Javier Castellano. We will see you Sunday afternoon. Have a great Saturday night.